As a reminder, please turn off or silence all your cell phones. You are attending the Animal Matters Commission hearings for May 6, 2024. The Animal Matters Commission was established and is conducted in accordance with Article 12 of the Anne Arundel County Code. These are administrative hearings, and by nature they are informal, which means you are not hampered by rules of evidence. However, please be aware that you are still testifying under oath. Each party will have their opportunity to state their case. After each party states their case, they will have an opportunity to ask questions of the other party. Please do not interrupt the other party. You will be given ample time to talk. In many cases, we are aware that there is a history. You may briefly tell the commission about that history. However, please focus on the issues at hand. After each case, the commission will have open deliberations. During these deliberations, the public may not participate. If the commissioners have an additional question, you may answer that question, but no further information will be heard and a decision will be rendered. This decision is a recommendation to the chief of police or the representative. The recommendation of the commission will be taken into consideration, and a final decision will be made by the chief of police or their designated representative. If, as a defendant in the case, you are unhappy with the decision of the commission, you may appeal. For citation cases, appeals are made through the District Court of Maryland. For administrative orders, such as potentially dangerous, and vicious orders, appeals are made through the County Board of Appeals. I will also make notation today that this session is being live streamed, and we are on film here, so there will be, we want to keep it civil. There will be no tolerance of any threats, vulgarity, or racial slurs. So having said that, please call the first case.
Yes, if you are a participant in the Norris versus Citro case, please raise your hand. Right. I'll make sure I have everybody here. If you could turn your cameras on, please. Ms. Pitts, when I promote you to panelist, if you could hit accept, so that way you could join. I still need Randall, Mr. Citro, and Ms. Pitts to go ahead and turn their cameras on.
Trying to do that.
Okay.
And I see all of you, but am I coming through? Can you even hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Well, I have you guys on screen, but I'm not able to get this thing to pop up. Mrs. I figure we have an issue here, so I'm not sure what the problem is. I'm in video.
I sent you a link to asking you to use your video. Can you hit okay?
I did. Mine is not working. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it's not, the camera's not working, but
It looks like on the top of your computer, you might have one of those things that slide back and forth over your camera.
Oh, I don't know. I just used this at work the other day and it was working fine. So I do not know why that's not working.
Hey, Michelle, on the lower left, there's a video and an audio.
I did. I hit that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. There's something blocking your camera.
I don't know. I use this all the time. I don't know why it's not working. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I have the same issue. I click on camera and I can see myself, but I'm not coming through to you guys apparently.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how to troubleshoot that right at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know either, because this is usually not a problem for me. I just used this at work on Friday and it was fine. I don't know why it's not working.
Ed, is it okay for me to proceed with their voice or?
Yes. Yeah, we can proceed. It's always nice to see the people, but there's a glitch. At least they're present and accounted for.
I
So,
like to
well,
be
we can't see them raise their hand though when they take the oath. So that may be an issue.
Mm.
Um, let's see.
Try one more time. There you go. I got
There you
Randy.
go.
Hey, here we go.
There we go. Slide into frame a little more.
Well, I do know that in this case, Mr. Citro and Ms. Pitts are on one side, and Ms. Pitts serves as his witness. So I'm okay to move forward, Mr. Evans, if you are.
Can I ask a question? I'm just wondering whether I'm in the right meeting or not. This is regarding, because I don't notice that the people on the screen, they're not the people in my neighborhood.
Are you for the animal parent control versus Jarman, sir?
Yes, it's at 9 o'clock. This is
Yes.
the Russell
there's more-
community.
So there's more than one case at this time. Your case is next. So I'll go ahead and put you back. And then when I call that case, go ahead and raise your hand again. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Hmm.
1 second. I'm sorry. All right, there we go. All right, if everyone could raise their right hand for me, I'm going to have everyone do the oath first, and then I'll go individually one by one for you to state your name and address for the record, okay? For the parking, do you declare and affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
And then we'll start with Mr. Norris. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Randall Scott Norris, 1107 Cordero Court, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
And is that Miss Norris, your wife? I apologize. Can you go ahead and state your name for the record as well?
Christine Norris.
Okay. And then Mr. Citro, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, James Citro, 1109 Cordero Court, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Thank you. And then Miss Pitts?
It's 42 Meadow Run Court, Sparks, Maryland, 21152.
All right, Mr. Evans, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you.
Okay. And for the record, Ms. Pitts did acknowledge the oath verbally. All right. We will begin with Ms. Pitts. She is the complainant in the case, or one of the complainants in the case. Ms. Pitts, you may begin and tell us what the story is.
Okay, as I said, stated in my affidavit, Jim and I had just gone for a walk in the neighborhood. We came back and we came down his driveway, which it's a very long driveway, and the Norrises live on would be to the left-hand side of that. And we were walking down his driveway, and their dog came. We could see the dog off in the distance. We thought he was on a leash, but he started running towards us, barking and running towards us. And the owner, Chris, started running after him, yelling at him to stop, and he kept charging at us. Jim got between myself and the dog and tried to put his hand up and was yelling stop, and the dog kept charging towards us. Ended up coming on the property. She got a hold of him and pulled him back. And, Jim stated to her, you need to get control of your dog. She walked off, did not apologize, didn't say anything, just turned and walked away with the dog. And then the second instance, which was probably about 6 weeks to 8 weeks later, same thing. We're coming back from a walk. We're coming down the driveway. The dog comes tearing at us again. She's yelling at him. Every time I bring you out, this is what happens. Every time I bring you out. And I was scared to death. So I kept walking. I turned around and I saw him lunge at Jim, and I turned back around because I was scared to death and kept walking towards the house. And then when she got a hold of the dog, I looked at her and I said, "You need to get control of that dog. He's going to hurt somebody." She said nothing, no apology, nothing, turned around and walked off. I was visibly shaking. He's a large dog, and he was loud, and he was barking, and he was aggressive, and they had no control over the dog. So that's my side of the story.
Okay. I just want to get us all on the same page here while we're discussing this case. I don't see in my file, I'm sorry, I don't see a citation. I don't see a complaint form filled out. Can anybody help me with that?
Yeah,
I
so
don't see it
Mr.
either.
Pardon me? Oh,
I'm gonna pull it up. Give me 1 second. Because it was in, so it would go the complaint from Mr. Citro against Mr. Norris, and then the next would be the supporting evidence, Mr. Norris versus Ms. Pitts, and then all other evidence that follows that was submitted. Let me pull it up.
okay. What was affidavit? I mean, I just want to get down to what we're looking at here as far as, is it a citation or is it a warning?
Yes, it's 4 citations, 2 for public disturbance and 2 for public safety.
Okay. Okay.
From 2 different complainants, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
And
we're dealing with, right now, we're dealing with 15 and 16, or are we going to deal with the entirety of them all?
The entirety of them all, since it pertains to
Okay.
the situation.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't see them here, but I take it each was what, $50 fine?
Yes, that is correct.
So it's a total of 200.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Ms. Pitts gave her testimony. Now I believe it would be let's see. I'm sorry.
Would be Mr. Citro.
Do we have another complainant though? Randall Norris?
Norris is the defendant. It's
Oh.
Mr. Citro and Ms.
Okay,
Pitts.
I got you. Thank you. A little disoriented in the book here. I'm sorry. Mr. Citro, you may proceed.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll give you a little bit of background and context to this. I've lived in this house beside the Norrises for about 24 years, something like that. And we were pretty good neighbors for 20 years. But the first incidents happened with this dog back in January and June of 2022. And that's when they stopped speaking to me, because I tried to talk to them about their dog and controlling their dog. But this dog was always and chasing and challenging me. And one time it actually chased me up the driveway at the mailbox. And that was back in 2022. So I got the silent treatment for 2 years pretty much. And then these 2 incidents happened, one on January 27th this year, and the other one on St. Patrick's Day this year, March 17th. And on the March 17th day, that's when that dog ran down my driveway. It lunged at me, as Michelle mentioned, and it grabbed my jacket and ripped a hole in my jacket. And that's when we said, hey, you got to do something with this dog. But there's no remorse. There's no, hey, I'm sorry. There's no control of the dog. So this has been going on for 2 years. And there's children in adjacent yards, small children. And, they can't outrun a dog like that. That's a huge dog, a mean dog. And there's children who live in the back and in the front of the house. So, what I wrote in my two affidavits, those are accurate. The dog challenges me. He runs on my property, he barks. And then the last time he grabbed me, ripped my coat.
Okay. Mr. Citro and Ms. Pitts, did you introduce or include any evidence in your complaints? Okay, here we go.
That's it.
Thank you, Autumn.
There's another picture of them retrieving the dog off of my driveway. I don't know. There you go. You can actually see the leash of that dog's the leash is on my driveway. And my property extends 5 feet beyond my driveway on either side. So it's not just my driveway. She's actually standing on my property with the dog. So that was the day that the dog ripped my coat in my driveway.
Okay.
Is the house that I'm looking at there the house where the dog resides?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Pitts, do you have anything to add before we move on? I think Ms. Pitts is muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Yeah, no, I think I've said everything that I, need to say. That's about it, except that there is, I want to reiterate that there is no sense of remorse or, feeling that they need to do something about the dog.
Okay, we got that.
Okay.
We heard that. And Mr. Citro, are you content with your presentation?
Yeah, so far I think I'm good.
Okay.
Ed, I'm
Commissioner,
still
any-
not seeing any affidavits popping up in the evidence at all. Do we even have affidavits?
Yeah, so if you go under the folder Norris versus Citro, you'll see a folder for Citro evidence and then a folder for Norris evidence. If you go
Right.
under the Citro evidence, they're in there.
Citro evidence. Okay.
Yes. There'll be a Norris versus Pitts PDF and then a Norris versus Citro PDF.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, and all I'm seeing is the return receipt.
Yeah, scroll down.
Hold
It's,
on. Hold on. It's my bad. Computer's acting up. I apologize. I'm sorry. They're there. They're there. My bad. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, with the complainants satisfied with their presentations, we move on now to the defendants in the case. Mr. and Ms. Norris, you have the floor.
All right, I will take this since my husband was out of town on both incidences. I'm only aware of 2 incidents, one in 2022, January, and one in March of this year. If you'll notice, I think I provided a plat of our land. He lives in a flag lot, and I think this is the problem. His driveway goes completely past our front yard, our side yard, and down to his house. So when the dog is in the backyard, he can see whoever's on that driveway. But when you look at it, you can't see his driveway. All you see is grass until the other neighbor's bushes. So I don't know if it's the dog is looking and seeing people and assuming they're on our land or not. And that he goes that way. He's never gone after anybody else in the neighborhood, not the neighbor on the left, the right of us, but only them in that same spot. So we have put in a fence that encircles the whole entire yard. Yeah, you see that long driveway? That X is about where the dog is meeting them. And I think it's because he doesn't see any separation. He sees grass from there to the neighbor's the next neighbor's bushes. And he's not a vicious and mean dog. We've got affidavits from everybody, or I mean, letters from people who have interacted with him. First time even, my family from Ohio came to visit and they never saw the dog in their life. And I have a picture of my sister with him. So.
Yes, I mean, we take the dog for walks for the community. Doesn't bother anybody. Other dogs bark at him. People come out. We talk to him in their driveway. He just sits down and hangs out. Why he has a problem with Mr. Citro, a good neighbor of mine for many, many years, as he stated, I don't understand. If this is in fact the issue, I'm not happy with it at all. And as my wife had stated, we have taken huge measures at reasonably large expense to secure the backyard with a huge fence that cost us about $10,000 to put this in, because I personally don't want this to continue. Jim has been a great neighbor. I've just been telling her for the last month, I just want to get this done and move on and get back to being friends. This is not an issue. And then once we started having the thing between him and I, and you know, the silent treatment, I don't really agree with that, but it's like, well, okay, we don't seem to be getting anywhere. And I did try to reach out a few weeks ago after this last one when I was out of town and I heard about it. I'm like, well, I'm going to send a man a text. So I did. I didn't get anything in return. So I said, well, okay, I guess we'll continue not to talk, and then we'll just have to see where this is going to go. And we've taken steps to resolve the issue and hopefully mitigate any further problems in the future, and we can move on. And it costs us a pretty penny to fix it. I just said, well, that's it. We're done. We're going to handle it. It's either that or the dog goes. And that was my first choice. And everyone in the family and friends said, no, don't get rid of the dog. And I said, well, then we're going to suck it up and we're going to spend some serious money and secure the backyard. And that's where the dog will be. And hopefully that will be enough to satisfy the committee and Mr. Citro as well. And we can get back to being, good neighbors again. That's what I would like to see happen. And I do have to agree with my wife. It is from the dog's vantage point, he sees nothing but yard. Should he be running out of the driveway? Absolutely not. But he has been under a leash for almost 2 years now after having a major injury on his left leg. And we had that repaired at a huge cost. And from that point on, the vets were like, well, you need to limit his activity to a leash all the time.
And he was tied up that day. He did break through that tie and go after him. But like you said, he's been on a leash.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of those unfortunate incidents. Are you satisfied with your presentation so far?
I believe so. It's just, he's been fine with everyone except for this man. And I don't know what has caused that or why, other than I'm protecting my property, which is what he thinks it is. And all we can do at this point is control the area, which we have done. And I'm not sure how much more we can do at this point. We secured the backyard with a huge fence, and unless he grows wings, he's not getting out.
No.
I understand.
On the excuse me, Ed, on the pictures that we have there, Mr. Norris.
Yes.
Is that your property we're seeing with that split rail fence?
Yes, sir.
That you put in for 10 grand?
Yes.
Okay.
And I saw on the quote date was April 6th. When was the fence installed?
It was completed on April 10th.
Okay. A pretty quick turnaround.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
a couple estimates, and then we went with the guys that did it, and they had it up in 3 days. I said, I need this done quickly, and let's get this handled.
I got a question for Mr. Citro.
Yes.
Do you have any specific evidence? I guess I'm looking at these things. We're dealing with an incident that occurred in March of 24, and then another incident, the public nuisance that occurred in January of 24. Do you have any specific details or evidence regarding those two particular dates?
Yeah, I showed you the two pictures. Those happened on March 17th. And then Michelle Pitts was a witness at both of those incidents. But that's all my testimony and those pictures. That's all the evidence I have.
You good, Dr. Hammer?
May I say something?
Hold on just a second, Ms. Pitts. We'll
Okay.
get to you.
Maybe I'm missing something here, but the dates of the testimony and the dates of the citations, in terms of when the incidents occurred, are not matching up, unless I'm missing something.
Where are you referring to on the?
I'm looking at the citation dates of when they alleged everything happened, and I'm hearing things that happened on different dates. And I guess that's what I'm looking for. What's the specific evidence for the incident that occurred in specifically March of 24 and the incident that occurred specifically in January 24? Because that's really the matters we're adjudicating this morning.
So
I mean, I
from my
certainly appreciate
understanding,
there's a history here.
my understanding is that the incident where the dog Turbo supposedly lunged at Mr. Citro, was in the March incident.
Okay,
And those what the pictures that were provided are for.
very good. All right, sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay, I have, well, Ms. Pitts, you had something.
Well, when you asked for evidence, there really is no time to get any pictures. It happened so fast, and you're just trying to defend yourself from the dog. We don't have a camera. We don't have any way to, take a picture to show what's happening. We're just trying to defend ourselves and get away from it. So that's all we have as evidence.
I have a question.
I have a question for both Mr. Citro and Ms. Pitts. These incidents occurred prior to the Norris's putting up this rather expensive fence, and I'm just wondering, does that make both of you feel a little bit more secure about a reoccurrence? And their wish, as they stated, is to try to get this behind us and try to move forward. Do you think that that's possible?
Well, I don't live there. I just visit there, every other weekend. So I'm fine with the fence as long as they are keeping the dog in the backyard, in the fenced-in area. I'm fine with it. But I'm not there as much as, of course, Jim lives there. So that would be more, he has to say about it. But that's fine for me as long as he's fenced in.
Okay. Mr. Citro?
Yeah, I think that's a step in the right direction. I wish they did that 2 years ago and we wouldn't be here. But as I said before, if they have a problem controlling that dog, if he's outside the fence without the proper controls, I think it's going to happen again. And, I'm scared for the kids around here. But the other thing is that dog's going to be a barker. He is a barker. So he's going to bark and challenge me behind that fence, and I have to look at that every day walking up my driveway to get my mail. So, that's my other concern. So I don't want to have to call in a public nuisance complaint, which I already did. And those are my two concerns right there. So if the county can control that, I'm fine.
Okay.
We're not here to control anything in any situation today. We're here to look at the two citations from each of you specifically. So if we uphold a citation here today, what we're going to be doing is finding the Norrises for each citation. And then if it were to happen again, you could go ahead and file another citation. And those fines would escalate over time. In the situation that we have, there's no orders on these animals. There's not going to be any mandatory leashes or anything like that. That's nothing that we're going to be able to do here today. I don't know if that's what you were thinking was going to happen here today, but we are here to literally uphold or deny the citations that you all brought to them to the tune of $50 a piece.
Well, don't forget this dog lunged at me and ripped my coat. I don't know.
I'm not forgetting that at all. I'm not forgetting that at all. I'm just letting you know that that's the way that this type of situation goes. We can't add stipulations to a citation like this.
So you can't put controls or things like terminology like vicious dog on this thing?
No, that would have to be from one of our officers responding to a vicious attack. We don't have a vicious order in front of us today.
So the way that those things, dangerous, vicious orders, come down, it comes down to the type of injury that had occurred. Had that animal actually gotten your arm and ripped into your arm, it would have been investigated by animal control differently. At that point, if you would have called animal control, say, "Hey, this dog just attacked me. It bit my arm. It's drawing blood. I've had to go to the hospital," they would investigate it differently, and it may come in front of us as a dangerous order, a potentially dangerous order, a vicious order. But because you brought I don't know how you brought this to animal control's, attention and what you were advised at the time, but essentially, this is another way for neighbors to, they're there seeing these things all the time. Animal control doesn't witness all these things all the time. So the public disturbance, public safety threat, all those things are things that can be adjudicated here, but again, it's part of a citation. And again, it can create a record that if you were to get bit again, or a kid was to get bit, these things would be on record and would be better evidence moving forward.
Also, if any barking continues, to upset you or the neighborhood, again, that would take another. You fill out another complaint form, have some evidence, and we would go from there. So we're looking at what is in front of us today, and we're just trying to get everything resolved.
So what Tom said, somebody has to actually get injured before you can do anything. Is that what I'm hearing?
It's not necessary. It's not necessarily the injury, it's how animal control addresses it. And usually injury is the discriminator that animal control uses to move forward with an investigation, as Mr. Berger pointed out, in terms of potentially dangerous, vicious, and otherwise. So this is just a civil complaint. You're angry that the dog chased you. You could do the same thing if the dog was barking, if the dog was pooping in your yard. These are just civil matters. We're here to just as I said earlier, just address the events that occurred in January of 24 and in March of 24, and that's it. And the subsequent result of this action is either going to be a fine or no fine for the Norrises. And as Mr. Evans pointed out, this does build an evidence database moving forward should additional incidents occur. And that's my understanding. That's what, we just need to manage your expectations of what you're going to get out of here, Mr. Citro.
Okay.
Mr. Evans, if I may add, anytime we get an affidavit of complaint from the citizens of our community that are a public safety threat, we do get with our public safety office first to make sure that we are processing it the right way. And in this case, this was the right way to go about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, does the commission have any further questions of the parties in this case? Okay, hearing none. I see that, go ahead, Mr. and Ms. Norris.
So I understand Mr. Citro's feelings on the dog barking, but there are dogs adjacent to us in the house with the children that have two dogs. They bark at everything and everybody all the time. There's no problem with that. There are other dogs right up the street that do the same thing. They bark at everyone, everybody all the time. And again, there's no complaint about that. So my question is, when is this going to end on his point of view? If the dog barks, I'm going to file a complaint. The dog looked at my truck the wrong way. I'm going to file a complaint. The dog barks. All dogs bark, and I've heard that from everyone. I can't remove his throat so that he can't make any sounds. And also, in addition to the fence, I have made it very clear to my family, my wife and my two adult sons who still live here, that these are the protocols for the house. If you're in the backyard and the dog is off the leash, someone is in the backyard with him, supervising, just to make sure that nothing goes strange, which I don't expect it would be. The dog will never be left in the backyard alone while someone is in the house and he's unattended. I've made that very clear. If that happens, the dog goes. We're not playing around. And furthermore, as far as being in the front of the house, the only time he will be out of the front of the house is if he's on a leash under my control. Not with her, not with my sons. So his life will be in the back of this home or in the back of my car going to the vet. That's basically how it's going to go. But I'm just concerned about, well, when's the timeline of, well, I'm going to file a complaint for that, for this. We're going to deal with this forever. I understand his feelings. I get it, but I mean, it's a dog. I'm not sure what else I can do other than just make sure when I see you on your driveway is put him back in the house. And that's no way to handle my pet or for us to have to live our lives. Well, Jim's getting his mail, so put the dog away. And he shouldn't have to say, well, the dog died, I can't go get my mail. It works both directions. And there's got to be a median someplace where we can agree on what's going to be tolerable on either side of the line.
Thank you. Mr. Norris, I will say this, that we very rarely see cases where a person or a individual that has a complaint against them has taken has made so much effort to comply with just this. Usually, the compliance that you have made so far usually comes with a dangerous or potentially dangerous order, which is not present in today's case. So I believe that we recognize the effort that you have made, and we can only hope that it goes to, resolving some of the issues here that we have and that everybody can get along. That's just my personal feeling. If anybody has anything else,
I just wanted to mention one thing. We did see a picture of your dog on a leash, and it looked like it was a very long leash as far as it had wrapped back out. I don't know if it was a leash or a tether that you guys had there, but we would strongly recommend a 6-foot nylon leash when you walk the dog for more control. So just be aware of that. Other than that, I have nothing else.
When he's off the property, he's on a short one, and I've got him right on me. And if we're walking down the road and people walk by with other dogs or the pets or whatever, I usually just have him heel. So sit, and he'll plant his behind on the ground. I wait till they pass. I'm like, okay, let's go up, and we continue on. But we don't use the long one, which would solve a lot of issues. So that will no longer be in effect.
Yeah, I had that long one tied to the bull fence because he had the surgery on the one leg got repaired, but he's been limping on the right leg. So we always take him out on a leash and let him walk around because we don't want him to injure that knee much further. But he broke off that leash and ran after them.
Okay. Does anyone have anything else? I don't want to belabor this, but
I would just like to say I appreciate the effort in putting up the fence. I wish it was done sooner, but I do appreciate that, and I think that will solve the problem. And so I do appreciate their effort in doing that.
okay, thank you. If there are no further statements or questions from the commission, we will adjourn for deliberation. Okay, hearing none, then I guess it's time for us to adjourn for our deliberations. Okay. Let's start with Tom. Go ahead, Tom.
So yeah, I think that obviously the Norrises have come to a great expense to do this fence, and I think that will satisfy the public safety aspect of the 2 citations. It may create an issue where the dog does bark at the neighbor eventually, but again, we can't deal with that here today. I'd be inclined to uphold one or both of the public safety citations just to have this on record. I mean, the animal did come off the property and did, luckily only get his get his jacket on his arm. Sorry, I lost his name here. Mr. Citron jacket or whatever. But other than that, I mean, I feel like I didn't hear much about the January 27th date as far as what's going on there. So, like I said, I'd be willing to uphold one or both of those citations. I understand they're $50 a piece. I don't want to beat them over the head with price, but I do think it's important, since this animal has come off and they admitted that the animal did come off and do this, that we should have a record that it happened.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Jackie?
I agree with Tom. I think that the Norrises have made an effort, but the incidents did happen. So I think we should uphold.
Thank you, Jackie. Nicole?
I vote to uphold both citations of Mr. Citros and dismiss Ms. Pitt's 2 citations.
Thank you. Lieutenant Tillman?
Good morning. Sorry, I forgot how to unmute myself. Yeah, everything done post the fact is great, but again, it has no bearing on what happened prior, so I vote to uphold.
Thank you. And Dr. Hammer?
I agree with Tom that I think I probably would just uphold the public safety thread ending in 15, and I'd probably dismiss the public nuisance ending in 16. And I agree with Ms. Dooley. I'd go ahead and dismiss the citations.
I appreciate everybody's input here. Like I said, very rarely do we see a defendant come forward and already do such preventative measures, especially to the tune of over 10K. I didn't hear any evidence of any barking nuisance, so I tend to agree with the rest of the commission here that that much probably should be dismissed. But I really don't think he needs to be beat over the head with fines here. But then again, we have a responsibility for public safety, and we don't want to see this happen again as a commission. And I really believe that the Norrises don't want to see it happen again either. It's easy to see that they do love their animal. They don't want to get rid of it, and they have spent a lot of money trying to make sure that it's not going to happen again. So the citations, as far as I'm concerned, I agree with. There was some ups and downs in the comments here from the commission. So we need to get it together on exactly how to uphold and how to handle the outstanding citations. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm looking for a motion.
Well, I would make a motion that we uphold the citation ending in 15 and dismiss the citations ending in 16, 17, and 18.
I'd second that.
Motion's been made. It's been seconded. All in favor? It's unanimous. Autumn, did you get that?
I did.
Great. On to the next.
All right. If you are participating in Anne Arundel County Animal Care and Control versus Alexis Jarman, please raise your hand. As I promote you to panelist, please accept. And then, Mr. Evans, I will be turning this over to Officer Simpson to do the oath as I am presenting.
Okay, so for all parties testifying in the animal control versus Alexis Jarman case, just please raise your right hand. Okay. Looks like I'm getting everybody. Mrs. Shubble, I believe. I'm not seeing anything.
Let me see.
I'm not seeing on Mrs. Shubble.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to ask you to start your video if you just hit accept.
Here we go.
There we go. And Officer Herbert.
She is not in.
Hold on 1 second. So Officer Herbert's having a little bit of difficulties getting on. Okay, we can
Officer Simpson, we can move forward.
we can
with that.
swear Officer Herbert back in once she gets on. So everybody, please just raise your right hand once again. Okay, do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay. So one at a time. Nancy Wilmot, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Excuse me, for point of order, Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Who's Roger Simpson and why is he swearing everybody in? Isn't that your role?
Wouldn't be my role to do that. As I understand it, Autumn.
I am the one presenting this case on
Yeah.
behalf of Anne Arundel County Animal Care and Control. Officer Simpson is our field officer supervisor, and he is authorized to swear us in.
Just a clarification. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we had to substitute because Autumn is testifying.
No, thank you.
Sorry, I should have stated that prior to beginning. But go ahead, Mr. Simpson. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Mrs. Wilmot, can you just state your name and address for the record?
Nancy Wilmot, 3010 Old Channel Road, Laurel, Maryland, 20724.
Thank you. And Rob Wilmot, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Rob Wilmot, W-I-L-M-O-T, 3010 Old Channel Road, Laurel, Maryland, 20724.
Thank you. Mrs. Diane Shovel, can you please state your name and address for the record?
You're muted. You're muted, man. There you go. Huh? There we go.
Okay. Diane Schubel, 8009 Big Pool Road, Laurel, Maryland, 20724.
Thank you. And Karen Rios, can you please state your name and address for the record? Do we have a Karen Rios? I don't believe not. Okay.
Not showing.
Okay. John Nugent, can you please state your name and address for the record?
John Nguyen, NG 8020 Big Pool Road, Laurel, Maryland, 20724.
Thank you. And do we have a Mi Fong? I think
You're
you're
muted, ma'am. There we go.
Sorry. Mi
Great.
Fong Lam, 3003 Shoreline Boulevard, Laurel, Maryland, 20724.
Thank you. And Mrs. Alexis Jarman, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes. Alexis German, 8025 Big Pool Road. That's Laurel, Maryland, 20724.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask everyone to use their mute function when they're
Mr.
not.
Simpson,
Yes.
we had someone pop up said
Okay.
by the name of Karen. I don't know if that is
That is Miss Rios.
That's Miss. Yep. Hello, Ms. Rios. Can you get your video on?
I'm not quite sure how to do that. If you can tell me how to do that. Oh, hold on, I got it.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go, Mrs. Rios. Can you just please raise your right hand? Do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And also, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Karen Rios, 3033 Marsh Crossing Drive, Laurel, Maryland, 20724.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to ask everyone to use their mute function when you're not speaking, and I'm going to turn everything over to Chairman Evans.
okay. So I believe that the county is bringing this case forward, and that would be through Ms. Autumn Cortez, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you have the floor.
Thank you. So I would like to start by some of the evidence and information that I will be presenting today is disturbing in nature or may make some uncomfortable. I just want to kind of give that warning at the forefront so that way there's no surprises. Just to kind of give a background, I know we have a significant amount of members from the community here to speak on their experiences. But the main thing that started all of this was the dogs, OC and Chloe, who are here, Animal Care and Control, were running at large, dating back to complaints in November. I have affidavits of complaint, which is in the evidence file. I can pull it up if you want, Mr. Chairman, of running at large, public nuisance. There are some public safety threats, all of which have been served to Ms. Jarman. They just have not been adjudicated, so they're just supporting evidence to what happened on March 25th. But long story short, the dogs have been a public nuisance. The dogs have been, treating the neighborhood as their domain, as their home. They're not in their residence. Which led to March 25th when the dogs got out at large, where I was notified by Ms. Schubel via email, and many residents called into Animal Care and Control. The dogs were running at large again, and that they had bit or scratched 3 separate people on 3 separate incidences. The one, not to diminish any of the victims, but the one that I would like to highlight mostly on would be that of Nancy Wilmot. Give me 1 second to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so March 25th, Miss Wilmot was bitten by the dogs, OC and Chloe. Unfortunately, Miss Jarman had not vaccinated her dogs for rabies. So Miss Wilmot had gone to emergent care to receive the protocol for rabies, in which she had an adverse reaction to. And she ended up in the hospital far longer due to her severe reaction to the rabies protocol, due to the lack of Miss Jarman's need, or what's the word I'm looking for? Lack of Miss Jarman's doing what was right for her dogs and getting them vaccinated, which could have been prevented. And knowing that they weren't vaccinated and that they were running at large for so long, that it led to them biting people in the community, put the community at further risk because of that. I'm going to stop sharing for 1 second. I have a video that I'm going to play next from March 25th. And that came from May Lamb. Give me 1 second. Pause. Just let me know, Mr. Chairman, if you can hear the audio once I share it.
Sure.
All right, what you're looking at is you're going to want to look in the far left corner where you see the 2 individuals walking. And I'll go ahead and play that now. Can you hear the video?
Cannot hear it.
Did you hear it that time?
No, there's no sound.
I'm not sure how to share it with the sound. Really,
If I interject, is the sound really that important? If we can just see what happened?
just see what happens. I'll replay it again. The sound's not important. You'll see the two individuals walking up, and then the dogs identified as OC and Chloe on March 25th, attacking a second resident of that community that was separate from Miss Wilmot. So play it one more time. So really the biggest concern is just because I could sit here all day and share all of the evidence of them running at large, but we're really here today because Animal Care Control has placed potentially dangerous orders on both of the dogs. Regardless of the size or the breed of the dog, at any point in time, dogs can become aggressive, they can become dangerous, and a nuisance. And in this case, after all of the evidence and affidavits of complaint and videos submitted to us on the dogs running at large, to finally leading up to them biting people in the community, we felt that putting the potentially dangerous order in place was necessary. Because all of these things could have been prevented by Ms. Jarman, but they weren't. The dogs continued to rout out the community, and unfortunately it led to 3 people getting bitten, and one individual ended up in the hospital because she required the rabies protocol.
Jackie, you have a question?
Yes, please. In the video, are the dogs running from their yard to the people on the sidewalk and
No.
then running to somebody else's yard? Or are
Yes.
they running from somebody else's yard first and then onto their yard?
They're running from somebody else's yard out into the street. I can show you some other videos that I have of the dogs running just throughout the neighborhood and other people's yards.
That's good. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, I guess, Ms. Cortez, you're gonna have to enlighten us on the testimony of the rest of the witnesses and who should be called. There's a lot of them here, and I don't know.
Yes. So based on my discussion with some of them, I know that Mr. Wilmot would like to speak on behalf of his family. So I would go ahead and recommend that we talk with him next.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I have to kind of collect myself here. I had not seen that video before, and the video, and some may laugh at me for this or even shake their head, especially, if you're the owner of the dog, but it's a little traumatic to see these dogs that could be carrying a disease because they haven't been vaccinated, which I didn't know that people didn't vaccinate their dogs. My assumption was that people just did that. I didn't know that this was such a thing. So to see that happening is concerning. And this is not the fault of the dog. And it is very unfortunate that the only thing that we can actually do here is detain the dog, because it's not the dog's fault. Dogs do what dogs are capable of doing. I have lived outside of this country. I've lived in multiple states, Virginia, DC, Maryland, Pennsylvania, in this country. I have never seen a situation where dogs just roam free on a daily basis. It's not that they got loose and it was a bad situation that day. This is what they do on a daily basis. While the cause of my wife's hospitalization for 4 days, which doesn't come for free, the cause of the hospitalization is not necessarily the dog bite. It was not like they ripped her arm off, but it is the result of the attack and the lack of rabies vaccination. And just to be clear, someone's brain swelling inside their skull can kill them. People die from this. So that's the first part of the issue. is that as a result of someone's not caring about the rules, not caring about the county rules, not caring about the homeowners association rules, my wife could have died. So that is very upsetting. Now that she is out of the hospital and is probably at about 90% recovery, the doctors can't actually say what it will take to get to 100%. This could go on for the rest of her life because brain gets damaged when it swells inside your skull. And I'm not sure why people don't understand that, or if they do, but it needs to be very clear to the dog owners and to the landlord, because there's responsibility here all around, that somebody's life has changed as a result of something that was incredibly avoidable. The owner of the property could have done what was necessary to make sure that a yard was safe and secure for dogs. And so the owner of the property has some responsibility should this go to civil court. The owners of the dogs should have done what was necessary or let the landlord know that they didn't have what was necessary. So all of this changes the life of a person, changes the life of a family. That is not okay. And at no point have we heard a "I'm sorry." At no point have we gotten any communication to indicate that anyone, the landlord or the owners of the dog, that there was any taking of responsibility. And for us to appear on camera and be identified to even make this complaint is in and of itself also a traumatic thing, because people fighting with their neighbors is not something that we have really seen in the 24 years that we have lived on this street. So it creates an unrest in your community. It creates the fear of potential retaliation because you're dealing with somebody's animals, that assuming they love their animals, which is why they have them as part of their family, now they're being detained. We didn't want to be any part of that. And so we are concerned that because of this case, there could be retaliation. We've had to increase and improve security measures in our property because we are worried about that. We live in our house afraid to come out, afraid to walk on the trail, and checking the cameras and the footage before we go out in case somebody else's dog is following suit based on what we've seen from this one particular family. So none of this is okay, and that's really what I wanted to make clear in this testimony. I believe there's responsibility by the landlord and there's responsibility by the owners of the dog. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilmot. Hey, I have a question. It was very eloquently put what you spoke and what you said. Is there anything that you can add to the specific incident, when it happened, where it happened, kind of how it happened? I don't know if your wife doesn't want to speak about it. I understand if you want to speak for her. I guess that we can.
Sure. Well, she'll tell her story. I was inside my house at our back door waiting for my wife to come back in because we were leaving to go somewhere. And I could hear the attack happening, but I had no idea what was taking place. And then my wife came around from the side of our yard and came into our back door, just completely shaken and distraught because she had been attacked by these dogs. And it was shocking to hear that this had happened. So I then took care of our kids who needed to be taken somewhere right away. I said, go to urgent care and we will then just kind of deal with this. And so that was my piece of this. I heard the attack happening and was very shocked when my wife told me what had actually taken place. And our concern was get her medical attention, get the kids inside, and then take the kids to where it is that they need to be. And fortunately, we don't have toddlers or infants around, because even with the small size of those dogs, this could have killed a toddler or an infant who walk on that trail all the time. People walk their toddlers and infants on that trail all day long, every single day. And those dogs roaming, and to be clear, the video that you saw of them attacking the other people on that trail, this is 2 blocks from where their house is. So it's not like they ran out of their yard and saw something. These dogs were 2 blocks from their house, which is relatively close. We've seen them as far away as the Walmart, which is 1.5 miles from the house. So these dogs roam around freely every day. They return home, apparently, because nobody's reporting them missing, and then they roam around again the next day. This is their daily activity. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask everybody here, that's going to testify again. If you guys can do your best to try to stick to the incidents that you are witness to and things like that, as opposed to this, Mr. Wilmot, just described a lot of what the community feels, and we don't want to get into a lot of repetition. We do have a lot to get through today, but if you have anything new to add or any different feelings or anything like that, we're fine to hear that. But we want to try to keep on point. So I appreciate that. And Autumn, if you want to help us figure who should be next, I guess maybe Miss Wilmot.
I know that Ms. Wilmot and I had spoke in passing. Did you want to speak on your experience, Ms. Wilmot? We understand completely if you do not want to.
I don't have anything further to add. If there are any clarifications that I can make, I'm happy to do so.
Did anyone from the commission have any questions for Ms. Wilmot in regards to what happened?
Just as your husband described, you were outside of your home. Is it a single family home?
Yes.
Is it a townhome, a single family home, and the animals approached and attacked you? Okay, that's fine. That's just want to kind of get a visual of what we're looking at. Was it a single family versus a townhouse? Did they that's
They
fine.
they were in our backyard and on our deck and in our screened-in porch. We have a dog door there, and they made their way on there. And so this wasn't the first time that had happened. I was not intimidated or dislike animals in any way. I was happy to go outside and shoo them along, open up the gate and let them out. And it was in doing that they saw, we have trap, neuter, release cats in our neighborhood. And in letting them out of our yard, letting the dogs out, they saw one of the cats and took off after it, and were being quite aggressive towards that cat, barking. They chased it down a sewer. And so I stepped out of our gate and yelled at them, "Get!" And that was enough for them to break their attention on the cat and turn their attention to me. So that is when they came after me and attacked me.
Thank you very much. That added a lot of clarity.
Is there nothing further? Then Autumn, who you choose who's next?
I would like to call on Miss May Lamb if she's still here. She's still in here. I think she might have fell off. She was the one that was in the video that I played. That was where the two dogs were biting at her legs. I guess we can go ahead and call on Ms. Rios, since she was the very first person to file as a public safety threat in November, just to kind of get an idea of where this all started.
Hello, Karen Rios there. Just wanted to let you know that this is, I put an affidavit in regarding Monday, October 11th, when we had an incident when I'm walking my dog, and the two dogs in question came out from somebody else's backyard, charging at us. I didn't even know. I was just walking my dog on a leash, and came charging at us, barking, and so I had to step in front of my dog so that they wouldn't get my dog. And after a minute or so, I finally was able to shoo them away. This is not like the first occurrence that happened, but this is when I put my affidavit in. This happened to my daughter, who was a minor, before that. So I just wanted to, at that point, when it happened to me, I realized that it was such an issue that I had to put affidavits in for this.
Okay.
And knowing that these dogs, we see them around the neighborhood all the time, or had seen them.
Okay. Thank you. Autumn, you still there?
Yes.
Okay.
I think she did not join back. And then the last, really, unless anybody else wants to, May, isn't there? May, are you able to speak on your experience from the video that you had submitted?
Yes. On March 25th, 2024, I was on a walk with a neighbor around the neighborhood in Russet. And we crossed the road and I saw the two dogs by the pool there. And I told my neighbor, I think we need to stop walking so the dogs won't come to us and, bite us. And the black and the brown one was there. The brown one came and I talked to the brown one and the brown one calmed down and walked away. Then the black dog saw us and he came barking and charging and got the brown one aggravated, and the black one just beat me. And there was a stick nearby, so I bent over to get a stick. As soon as they saw the stick, they ran away. I have lived in the Russet neighborhood for almost 30 years, and I have never felt so unsafe. Ever since we have captured on our Ring camera all the two dogs, sometimes the pit bull is running in the neighborhood. And I'm an animal lover. I have owned dogs and cats, and this is unacceptable. I don't blame the dogs. It is the owner that is not controlling the dogs. And I do not want the dog to be put down. I think it's the owner responsibility that they should be held responsible, not the dogs. So, I hope it doesn't go that way because I love dogs. And luckily, they did not bite and broke my skin. There was some blood clot, so I did not go to the emergency room. If my skin was broken, I would have. When I came around and I saw Officer Lundstedt with the two animal control truck, I approached Officer Lundstedt and I told her, say, I'm the second one that got bitten. Because when I called Arundel Animal Control, they said, oh, we already have 3 officers out there. I said, no, this is my first time calling you. And they told me, say, another person got bitten before you. So when I came around, I saw the officer. I told her, say, I'm the second victim that got bitten by the black dog. And when I showed Officer Lundstedt where the dog bit me because she needed to take pictures, the owner said, that's not even a dog bite. Instead of apologizing, there's no apology, that the dog bit me. And she went on to say some things, and Officer Lundstedt said, you know what, to prevent this from escalating, let me take your name and address and I'll come to your home and we will file an affidavit. So that's what happened.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cortez, next.
And then, lastly, I know that there is a community representative, Mr. John Nagoon. Do you still want to speak with your testimony today, or?
Yeah, I don't have much to say except that everybody pretty much explained the situation clearly, very eloquently. I am the parcel representative as well, however, and just want to make sure that we have a neighborly environment. And there are rules and regulations that we have to live under. So Russet community has a rule that you can only have 2 dogs in a household. As well, the rule is that you have to keep your dogs controlled, leashed. That means when the dog cannot be running free throughout the neighborhood. So I think as a responsible owner, these are the rules that you have to be aware of. Living in a community, we're not living on a farm. It's not a farm here, which you can let them roam as free as you want. But it's a community, and you have to abide by the rules. So picking up after your pets, make sure they're under control, on a leash. That's the message I would like to convey. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then just from Mr. Evans, really just lastly, before we end our side of things, I agree that, it's not the dog's fault. But, given that the owner is letting the dogs running at large for such a long time, and, the dogs thinking that anywhere is basically their territory. Unfortunately, it led to this incident where multiple people got bit or scratched by these dogs, were, terrorized or cornered, to where, we felt that the potentially dangerous orders, was the best option, just because if this had been prevented months ago, it could have been changed, but the dog's behavior has escalated to the point of attacking the community. So that's all I have for now, unless you have any questions.
Ms. Cortez, do you know how many people in total had to get post-exposure prophylaxis because of these dogs?
I believe it was only one. So we had 2 people who were bit, but the skin was not broken.
Okay.
Miss Wilmot was the only one that the skin was broken, in which when we talked to Miss Jarman about trying to get rabies information, she stated she didn't know that she had to do that. So that's when Miss Wilmot went and got the rabies protocol.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Cortez, approximately how many incidents are we looking at here?
For bites or
Oh, at large.
more than 20. More than 20.
Miss Cortez, do you have the videos that I sent where the dogs are running across my driveway? Which is, I live quite a few blocks from them.
Give me 1 second. There's a lot of videos. So let me just do this. Let's do it this way. Give me 1 second. I'm going to share my screen.
Jackie, you can ask your question while she's getting the videos up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I have 2 questions for Ms. Jarman, the dog owners, the dog's owner.
Well, she hasn't testified yet, so
Okay.
let's hold off on that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to play the videos in which I have, and these are just, there is one dog that is not a part of this. It's going to be the gray pit bull that you see. So as I play these videos, please only pay attention to the 2 small terrier dogs, the one that is all black and the one that is tricolored. And I'm not going to play that in full. It's just showing that the dogs are in somebody else's neighbor's yards. Stop sharing. Trying to find the video. Please forgive me. There's a lot of evidence. 1 second. And this one you'll have to kind of, I apologize if you can't see very well, kind of off in the distance, you'll see the dogs running across the main road here. Was that the video you were referring to?
No, there's one that shows my driveway. They frequently run across my driveway at odd hours of the day, sometimes past midnight. But the 2 videos I sent was during the day.
Yeah. So I have a lot of videos, and I don't want to. Yeah,
it's okay. It's
I
okay.
have a lot of videos, but I think that the board will agree with me that there's plenty of evidence to go off of that they've
You
had
got
access.
the full picture. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions on the complainant testimony side? If there is none, we move to the defendant, Ms. Jarman. You have the floor.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. So as far as the dogs getting out, well, I just want to address the neighbors, and I do want to apologize if my dog's been a nuisance or attacked or made any contact with you in any way. As far as I've never met any of you guys, I see maybe 1 or 2 of you guys walking, but I've never like made contact with any of you to know these things, to apologize personally. The only contact I get is through fines or citations or animal control telling me these things. They don't tell you their name. And they don't tell me the name. So I would never know that my dogs have caused this problem. Mr. Wilmer, I deeply, sincerely apologize to your wife and the measurement she had to take because of the dogs. This is my very first time even hearing that anyone even had to go as far as going to the doctors because of my dogs. I've never heard of any of it. So I wouldn't be able, and I'm not a confrontational person. Yes, the day that I'm not sure of her name, but on the day of the incident, I don't know her name, but she said that she walked up and showed the bite, and I said that wasn't a bite, and I didn't apologize. I was very worked up. They had my dogs in a already in the van, and I was very worked up. So at the time of her coming was like it was very bad timing. I was being separated from my dogs. Okay, so I also want to address the fact that upon moving in the home, we had to basically repair and renew most of everything. And the door being one of the things that needed to be replaced, which we didn't do because we were handling other things in the home that were important. We handled those things, the door not being one of them, which we have a storm door and we have the base door. The front door was unable to close at one point for like a week until I got someone to come out and fix it, as well as the screen door. The screen door, for a while, I thought that we had to get that replaced because I didn't know that it could be repaired. It was just swinging open. And it wasn't until I guess Home Association had said something about the aesthetics and how it looks, get that fixed. We just maybe right after the situation happened, when I got someone to come out and repair the door, not replace it. So now both doors close. The front door closes, it latches, it closes, and the storm door closed immediately after opening, and that we failed to handle when the dogs were here. Like I said, the door was just swinging open, and I do have 4 young children who are come home from school and they go outside with their friends, and like I said, the front door is just swinging open. They leave the door open, and the dogs get out that way. Another thing is that they dig underneath of my gate, which I didn't know for a long time of how they were getting out. Thought it was one hole, then it was another that they dug under. So they found about 3 spots in the backyard to dig under the gate to get out and get loose. I promise you, I'm not letting, I pay my kids about, I pay my son every time the dogs get out. I pay my son because it's my dog. I pay him to go and get them. I pay him to go and get them as soon as they get out. So I have the kids go out, run to get the dogs. I do not let them out. If I know that they're out, that's I don't let that happen. So it's not me letting them out. It's me having to get the problem taken care of.
Miss Jarman, can I stop you real quick? I'm not, I want you to keep going. I appreciate what you've been saying so far, but I want to kind of focus what you're saying here. So we are here today because of a potentially dangerous order against both of your dogs. That you should have been presented with some information describing certain stipulations that your dogs would have to be under. So a fenced in backyard, you know, certain barriers, restrictions, and things like that in the house. Did you receive that documentation?
Yes, and I built it.
So today, what you're here for today, I mean, obviously to discuss this with your community, I think it's a good thing for you to apologize and discuss things with your community. But I also think that for us here today, you've requested this today because it's, you know, I'm assuming you do not want any or some part of that dangerous order put on your animals.
Which was a little excessive, I
Right.
believe.
So that's what we're here for today, is kind of discuss that. I mean, there is more here. Obviously, these dogs have, it seems like you're aware and that these dogs have affected the community. But I do want you to focus on what you're saying on the potentially dangerous order. It sounds like you've identified a lot of the problems to get your animals back in that house and to be a productive part of the community.
So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So you want me to point out why I don't think that my dogs are potentially dangerous, or why I should?
Well, that's what we're here for today. I mean, we're here to discuss the potentially dangerous orders against your dog. So it sounds like you've nailed down some of the problems as to how the animals got out, and then you've been given this order, which should help with all those things. So all those things in that order should help keep those dogs on your property. And you're here today to tell us that there's some part of that order that you don't believe is, for some reason or other, should be there. That's kind of what we're here for today. I just don't want this to go, I'm happy to hear a lot of what you have to say, but I don't want it to get to the point where we're down the road and we haven't addressed that.
Okay. Okay, can I have my sister speak?
She would have to be sworn in, but yes.
Can you be sworn in? Can she do that right now, please?
Where is Officer Simpson? Is he here? Okay.
Roger.
Hi, I'm sorry. I wanted to step in. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait just a second. We got to get you sworn in.
Right.
Roger. Give us 1 second. We're gonna get him. He might be dealing with something.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step all over your testimony there, Ms. Jarman. I just want to make sure that we're focused and you understand why we're here and what we're doing today. So that's all. So before we hear from you, Ms. Jarman's sister, just let them respond. I just wanted to be clear that I, appreciate what you've been saying and that you understand the issue, but I just want to make sure you understand why we're here today.
Okay, but what I would like to say is, and why I believe that, why I appealed it in the first place is because I believe that my dogs aren't dangerous, and recorded, like animal control says, they've been running out since December and never had anyone complained of them biting, maybe being a nuisance and running out and getting out and being a nuisance and running at large, but never have I ever had an issue where they've bitten anyone.
Real quick, Ms. Jarman, Officer Simpson is here, can swear your sister.
Yeah, he's available to swear your sister in.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
I'm Erica Jarman. 8025 Big Pool Road, Laurel, Maryland, 20724.
And yes, ma'am, can you please raise your right hand? And do you declare and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Okay, I just wanted to interject a little because I know we both have have issues with anxiety, and I know they're getting really overwhelmed. But I wanted to the dogs. I think that the issue with the dogs getting out, or even the issue with how I'm noticing how they behave with the people in the neighborhood, is really about them being out and at large. And we are taking several steps. We have taken several steps. We've even repaired the fence in the backyard. Unfortunately, we can't afford to repair the entire fence just yet. I have a plan right now to have it repaired by July, but we can't replace the fence. A lot of the things in the order that they sent, and they live with me. I'm the head of this household. So a lot of things in the order are things that the community won't allow. For instance, the 6-foot gate. We don't have the space I don't think we have the space in the yard for 2 10 by 10 foot kennels for each of the dogs. I strongly believe that once we get the fence, with the repairs that we've made to the fence and the repairs that we've made to the doors, with the dogs not being able to get out, I strongly believe that kind of deals with or completely alleviates the danger issue. I think it's an issue of them getting out. I mean, like you said, that I don't think that they understand what their boundaries, their territories are, because they have been getting out for so long. And just to kind of paint a picture, we came into this house. We came here under circumstances that were not normal. I'm not sure. I know a lot of the neighbors have said that they've lived here for several years. So a lot of them are very familiar with the woman that lived here prior to us. And we came into this house years after she had not been here because she's been very sick. She's in my family. We've been taking care of her. So we came in, piles on piles of fines and everything like that already. There was never a neighborly situation. There was never a relationship with any of the neighbors. We could come to them, or that they came to us. It was literally the moment we came in, it was complaint after complaint. Even passing by today, well, not today as in today, but today as in currently, the only interactions I'll ever have with any of the neighbors is them shouting that I need to take care of X, Y, or Z. It's never been pleasant. It's never been friendly. We're not aggressive people. It was extremely offensive to hear the insinuation or the implication that we would do anything violent or aggressive or in retaliation of anything that's happened. If you've ever spoken to any of us,
Okay.
other than the 25th.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I think we need to whittle this down to probably taking a look at the potentially dangerous orders. Both of you can do that, and explain to the commission which details of that particular potentially dangerous order that you may not comply with, or you have a problem complying with, or
We don't have
all of it.
Like I mentioned, we don't have the space in the yard for two. The order asks for 2 10 by 10 foot 10 kennels, one for each of the dogs. We don't have the space for that. And as my sister mentioned, we have kids that live here too. We can't really dedicate the entirety of the backyard to 2 dogs that are not actually dangerous, or who don't actually need that type of treatment. And also the 6-foot fence, we were told that we can't build a 6-foot fence, that we would have to, if we replace the fence, it has to be the same fence. I think our fence is 3.5 to 4 feet. And so so far, because like I said, I have the project to replace the entire fence in July. We repaired the spots of the fence where we found that the dogs had possibly gotten out from. And again, repaired the front door, but at this time, we can't comply with the 6-foot fence rule, and we can't comply with the kennel rule either. Yeah, and then asking for any kind of modification or any kind of any alternate to that, we were basically told to just appeal. So I'm legitimately open, and I'm extremely apologetic for all the things. I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing about most of this, so I'm very apologetic about that. I don't know what to do, and the only thing that people are telling us are things that we can't do.
Okay. We have a couple questions on the floor. I see, Karen, I see your hand, but Miss Jackie Cowan had her hand up first, so I'm going to go with Jackie first, and then you can follow. Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you. And I'll do my first question and then later my second one. But my first one is very simple. Why your dogs were not vaccinated?
I'm not.
My dogs weren't vaccinated. I honestly have no excuse for that. I had them as babies. You can ask me the last time I've been to the doctors. I feel healthy. I just knew that my dogs were healthy. And like I said, I've never imagined them to do something like this. And in fact, I was told by animal control, I was given a fine or citation, I'm not sure, to do so. And I actually went up there to do so, and they have free vaccinations, which I was waiting on, and then this happened. So
I just want to be sure that you understand that the vaccinations for your dogs are to protect your dogs to start with, to prevent them from becoming ill. And then in case of the rabies vaccination, to prevent them from passing rabies on to a human.
We understand that. And I also want to just make sure that you understand. And this is a time that I really wish that our neighbors had spent more time with us outside of incidents like this. We also come from a very different background where health is not typically prioritized, and we're trying to come into a space where that is. It's not prioritized for the people, so it hasn't been for the adults, so it wasn't for the dogs. Where she's in a learning space, I know that that's difficult to hear. It may even sound like an excuse, but it is genuine and it is sincere. She's learning we're learning as we go. She's had these dogs since puppy, so she didn't, I guess, put two and two together. It's something that I assumed myself that was done, and I live under the same roof with her. I had no idea it wasn't. There's just difference. I don't know how to explain this.
Okay.
Just really truly didn't know. And as we're knowing, we're really trying to take care of everything, but it's the aggression is overwhelming. It's overwhelming. So yeah.
Move on to the question that Karen had, and then if Mr. John Nguyen is still online, I will have a question for him. So go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, my question is I heard from John when stating that we're only allowed to have 2 dogs per household. And I know that there's 4 or 5 dogs that we've seen at that household. So just talking about the 2 dogs that were in the incidents, there are other dogs in that household. So I just wanted to make mention of that fact and why they have so many dogs.
Okay.
That's an issue between you guys and the community association. I'm not exactly sure. Animal control can chime in for a fancier's license of what they would need to have more than, I think it's 5. Is it more than 5?
They don't live in this home. The dogs that they come in and out with my brother. They live in DC. They're registered to DC. If you want to look it up, take whatever measurements you have to. They live with my brother in DC. The two pits that you guys see, like in some the 2 pits that you see are my brother's dogs, and he's in and out.
And that's all fine. It's water under the bridge because we're only here today with the 2 dogs that are named.
Right.
So,
as far as HOA goes, I mean, we have our license side of things, of course, like the fancier license, but we can't enforce HOA laws. Like, they have what they have in place, but we can't enforce them. That's something that the HOA is going to have to do.
Okay. I have a question for Mr. Gwynn. Are there other properties with dogs in your area?
Yes, in our neighborhood, many residents have dogs, and I normally when I see resident with dogs, they are walking their dogs with a leash, and so they are under control by the owner. Particularly these two dogs that I have evidence as well. They come to my backyard, the 2 dogs. And I didn't mention this in my previous statement, is that they were at my backyard on my deck. My daughter came outside, and the dogs were barking, and actually tried to attack her, just bit her pajama pants. There was no skin contact, so that's why I'm not making anything out of that. But I'm just saying there's evidence. I have pictures that they're on my property. So there are other dogs walking in the neighborhood, but they're always with the dog owner.
The basic question that I would have is in the area, in the manner in which the properties are set up, there are other neighbors with dogs, but we have no problems with them getting out and roaming around the neighborhood. Would that be a correct statement, or?
That is not a correct statement, because I have not seen any other dogs from the neighbor that is running around without.
Okay, that's what I was getting to.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Hammer?
Ms. Jarman, I have a question for you, and following along Mr. Burge's comments, is that what we're here to do today is to just address this potentially dangerous order that animal control has already determined OC and Chloe fall under. And if I'm understanding you correctly, you're having a problem. You're going to replace the fence, and you're having a problem with the enclosures. Do you have a copy of that order with you? Because really what we need to do is to go through this order, even if we do it line by line, and find out what you're having a problem with, what you can't do. Because as I'm reading the order, you got to put a 6-foot fence up. And if you can't do that, then you have to do the enclosures when they're outside. And there are a number of things that you need to do when you're with the dogs to keep them safe. I mean, the whole purpose of this order is to really separate your dogs from the community because they pose a potential hazard to the community. And the requirements that are stated in the potentially dangerous order are to help assist you in doing that. And certainly, I don't know that putting up a 6-foot privacy fence in your backyard would necessarily be a problem with the homeowners. But I'm sure if Mr. Nguyen wants to help facilitate the resolution of this matter, the homeowners association may be able to look at that and give you an exception. Once again, we're trying to come to a happy medium here where the dogs are protected and safe. You still have the enjoyment of the dogs, but the community at large is also protected from them running around creating havoc, if you will. So, that we kind of need to be moving in the direction of what specifically in the order is creating a hardship for you, and then we can kind of discuss and adjudicate that and try and keep this moving forward.
Well, I would like to answer before she does, because I'm the one who will be financially responsible for any of the things that occur today or any of the orders that are made today, especially because they are very small dogs. I was told that I could not have a 6-foot fence, but even still, the 6-foot fence is much more expensive than to just repair and or replace the current size fence that we have. And because they're small dogs, I don't think it's necessary to have a 6-foot fence. They can't jump 6 feet. I think that the problem, as we stated before, is at the bottom of the fence, because like I said, I inherited this house, and there were a lot of things that were run down and out of order that the community had already been complaining about before we even lived here. And we took care of the bottom part of the fence. We closed this in. We patched and closed and repaired all of the holes. Well, repaired the bottoms of the fences that were kind of broken, and filled and covered all of the holes that the dogs were escaping from. And again, like I said, I'm planning to replace the fence as it is. The reason the dogs were getting out because there was no barrier, a complete barrier in place. And now that there is one, there will not be, and the barrier wasn't in place, and then the front door was not able to secure properly. But since that was taken care of, and now there is a complete and stable barrier, I think that covers, and I don't, the 6-foot fence and the 2 10-foot enclosures are very expensive.
So right now you're saying that the biggest issue you have is with the backyard and the fence. So there's other stipulations on the
There's
order.
other
So what are they?
there are other walking around with a muzzle, which they don't need.
Right.
I've walked my dogs; they don't bark or attack anyone when they're on a leash. There's other things like they have to be walked by two adults over the age of 18. I have a 12-year-old son who I pay out of my pocket to walk my dogs as a chore, as one of his chores. And there's more. It wasn't just the fence. It wasn't just the fence.
The microchip.
No, I plan to get them microchipped at I plan to get them, they can get that done where they are now, as far, and the rabies, their shots. I've asked about all of that and set appointments to do so with Arundel.
Can I ask a pretty basic question that I don't think we've heard yet? How old are these dogs? And well, let's start with that. How old are the dogs?
Well, Chloe is about 5 years old. Chloe is OC's mom. OC is about 2 years old now. So she's a puppy. She's a baby. Yeah, that's mom and daughter.
Okay.
Mr. Nguyen, will the homeowners associate, what is the homeowners ruling on fencing in the community?
We have a committee called the Modification Committee. So whatever that the requirement is in terms of putting up the fencing, you just have to provide the detailed design specification, and then you submit it to the modification committee, then they'll follow the standards. If as long as you meet the standards, or they can make a suggestion how to meet the standards, and then we can work with the help with the resident.
What's the current fence size in the community? What's the
It's about
current standard?
I believe it's around 4 to 5 feet tall. It's a picket fence yard. Either it's has to be white or can be stained, certain specific color, but 4 to 5 feet tall.
Jackie?
Thank you. I have a question for animal control. Do you think the repairs they have made to their current fence are sufficient?
No, we do not, because
They haven't seen them.
Excuse me,
Sorry.
no interrupting.
So no, we do not. And it's not a matter of fixing the current fence. And I can appreciate that. I'm not saying that like not fixing these things, but it took something to happen such as March 25th for them to do that. They've known that the door was broken. They know that these things were happening. They admit that the dogs have been getting out, that they've been a nuisance, all this stuff. All of these things could have been prevented. So at the end of the day, like, it's not sufficient enough for us because they still found ways out. And I don't feel like with what's in place now that they're still going to find a way out. I mean, I have here incidents dated back to October of last year, and then I have complaints back to November of last year. Some of which our officers have reported out to, most of which were affidavits that came from the community. So, you know, I can appreciate that they made changes, but we believe that the PDO as it is in place is what's necessary. Because they're granted, they're small dogs, they've never had any issues. Any dog, again, I said it before, I'll say it again, no matter the size of the dog, no matter the breed of the dog, at any point in time, they can become aggressive and become a potentially dangerous threat to the community, in which we believe this has happened in this case.
So, Autumn, let me stop you real quick. In these cases in the past, what we would see is animal control would respond to, the owner would say, hey, I've completed such and such an item on this list, and then you guys go out and do an inspection. Once all items were done, then you guys would sign off on it. That's how it would work, correct?
Yes. So that would be our public.
I'm sorry, to this point, no one hasn't gone out and done that inspection because they have not said that they've complied with any of it yet, correct?
No, so they appealed the entire order. So at that point, we wouldn't go out and do an inspection because they've appealed it, and they appealed everything that was in the order.
Okay, so as far as understanding that the order requires a 6-foot fence, no one from Animal Control has gone out to look to see the repairs that have been made to the current fence. Okay, I just want to be clear with that. I understand what you're saying is that there may be other ways out. That's all well and good, but the question was specifically about the fence. So I just want to make sure we're all clear that no one from Animal Control has seen what repairs have been made to this point.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
I see all your hands first, Ms. Jarman.
I also wanted to add, because she asserted that we just did everything. We also the 6-foot fence. The 6-foot fence isn't necessary. The dogs can't they can't jump over what the fence is now. And the only reason we contested the entire order is because when we received the order, and like I said, there was a lot of confusion about a lot of the stipulations on it. We had asked them one by one, and they said we were literally rejected every single time we called her. Every time we went up there and tried to speak to them, they said just appeal it. We were literally dismissed every time we asked any specific questions in the beginning. They've never explained this stuff to us. They sent us the order, and when we said that we called because my first issue was about the fence. So I called asking just about the fence, and appeal it. They literally dismissed us. So we had no choice but to appeal the entire thing, because that was the only direction and guidance we were given.
Hey, that's absolutely fine, Ms. Jarman. That's fine. You're doing the right thing, and that's what we're here. If you would like, and I think that Dr. Hemmer had mentioned earlier, we should go point by point down this list of things, and we should discuss each item specifically. You can give your reasoning behind why you want or don't want that item, and then we can rule on it. That's what we're here for today. I mean, all this talk, otherwise, we're kind of spinning our wheels, and we're going to be here a long time today if we keep doing it.
That is correct, and I think we made that. We took that position a while back. Mr. Williams, I saw your hand up.
Thank you. There are just 3 quick things I just wanted to address, because I think it becomes, or has already become, a point of spinning wheels. One is when my family chose to get a dog many, many years ago, she has since passed, we got with the HOA as people who were new. We didn't know, in the same way that the Germans don't know. We found out what we could do, and we did in fact get permission to get a larger fence. And we didn't know at that time whether our dog could jump high or not, because it was a puppy. But we got the biggest fence that we could get approved in order to have a dog that just preemptively wouldn't be a problem. So that was something that we did, and the HOA was very helpful with that. You know, to address the issue of why no one dealing with the dogs, you know, they're hearing all of these things. We choose to live in an HOA because they're a built-in mediation point. We choose not to have conflicts and confrontation with our neighbors, but we follow the rules. Something is out of place, we report it to the county, to the HOA, whatever, and then they deal with it so we can live harmoniously, and we can just be with you as neighbors when we see you, rather than it necessarily having to be a confrontation or anything else. But the HOA and the county animal control, they're the ones who deal with letting you know when something has gone wrong. It's not the neighbor's place to necessarily knock on your door and tell you what to do. So that is something. And as far as the coming from a different environment and dealing with dogs and animal control and all of that, you know, most of Russet came from somewhere else. We're fortunate that we have a very culturally diverse community, and everybody is here like, oh, this is how you do it. And that's how we learn. You know, on the same parcel where we all live, probably a third of the people have lived out of state, out of the country, or came from out of state, out of the country. So we adapt and we adjust, and that's what we're trying to help have happen in our community. So I don't know that anyone is trying to beat you up because you had a different point of view or a different lens.
Never,
Thank you.
or you've never
Thank,
spoken.
thank you, Mr. Wilmot. Jackie, real quick, and then we're gonna get to finally going through this potentially.
Yes, please. That is what I was going to ask. If we could go back to the order at hand.
All right, I'll go ahead and I'm going to read.
Go through one item at a time.
Correct.
And give the Jarmans the opportunity to explain how it might be a hardship, what they could do as an alternative to meet the requirements so they can keep their dogs.
So
You want to roll with that?
Yeah, I will.
Take it
So
point
listen,
by point,
there are 11
please.
stipulations here on this order. I'm going to go down them one by one, and then Ms. Jarman, if you can, as we go through it, just talk to us and tell us why you would oppose that specific stipulation. Okay, and as we go through them, we'll discuss it, and then we can get to a resolution here. Okay.
Okay.
So item 1 on the form is I'm sorry. OC and Chloe must be confined in a secure building or enclosed on the property of 8025 Big Pool Road, Laurel, Maryland. Okay.
I understand that to me, keep them in the house as much as possible. Is that what that's saying, or all the time?
It's saying they should not be out running at large, essentially.
Right.
Okay,
That's
yes,
fine.
I understand that.
I think it's pretty standard thing there. Okay.
Yeah.
So OC and Chloe must be confined in a crate or keyed lock room inside the owner's residence whenever non-family members or juveniles are at the home to prevent visitors from accidentally releasing the dog.
That's fine. That's we do have cages inside. That's fine.
So what that's saying is anybody that's not part of your family, when they're in the house with the dog should be put away.
Okay, that's fair. We can.
Okay. To reduce now we're on to number 3. To reduce the possibility of your animal having access to the public when outside unattended, you must build or maintain a fence enclosing the entire area. The following standards must be, so this is where we're talking about the 6-foot fence. Okay, so you have to have a 6-foot fence. Any gate accessing the fence must have an automatic gate closure, meaning it should have like a spring loaded or something. So when the door is open, it automatically becomes shut. It can't be left swung open. And any gate accessing the secure fence must be secured by a padlock at all times so that no one from the outside could open the door and prop it open. You would be, have to have it locked up. The other side of that thing, which you've discussed, is that the enclosure situation where we must have 2 10 by 10 foot enclosures that have, very specific gauge, and all that's listed there. I'm not going to get into the minutia of this, but essentially you need to have one or the other. So it sounds like this is a point that you believe is not necessary.
Right.
Or you believe that what you have already there should be good enough as long as there are no gaps or holes, correct?
Yes, I believe that what we have should be good enough as long as there are no gaps or holes. I know that the dogs can't jump more than 3 to 4 feet. I know that they never go over, they always go under. I think that that particular stipulation is a bit excessive.
Okay, so that's fine. So you guys would be of the opinion that there's no way that you would want to do the kennels, that you would rather stick with a fence, and that the fence that is current there you believe is fine.
Yes. Yeah. And
Okay, so let's move on to the next one. We'll discuss all these after. I'm hoping all the commissioners are taking notes as to what they're saying, and we can come back to these. Okay, so number 4, OC and Chloe shall not be taken out of the home, fenced or area or kennel unless restrained on a 6-foot non-retractable leash with a collar and easy walk harness that is clipped together with a secure carabiner clip or coupler, and wearing a muzzle while under control of 2 responsible adults at least 18 years or older. The muzzle requirement must be a cage muzzle and approved by Animal Care and Control. So you guys said that this is something that you thought at least the over 18 years old.
The muzzle is excessive, and the adult, the needing the adult is excessive as well. The dogs.
So I believe that. So this is just me, usually I say when we see this order, we don't see necessarily 2 responsible adults, but because we're talking about two dogs in the same order here, that's why we're seeing 2 there. So 1 person per dog is what I'm seeing.
Oh, right. But
just so you're aware.
As well, we if for no other reason, we also want to train the kids, or to give them responsibility and teach them in other ways that walking the dogs helps them with that as well.
That's one of my
so
son's chores.
we don't.
Okay, but you are still saying that you think that one person, even at the age of 12, can walk both dogs.
That's fine. It's the age requirement.
Age is the biggest
to
thing.
comply with what I tell you I'm going to comply with. So the age requirement, I don't think that that's necessary. The age requirement, I don't think is necessary, especially for the size of the dogs.
Okay.
But the leash, I think the muzzle is also excessive, but I absolutely can comply with the leash and the 1 person walking per dog.
Yeah, I can control my dogs, and my son can control them. The kids can control them. They just get out. So.
Okay. All right. So let's move on. So all pets kept by their owners must have a current Anne Arundel County animal license and currently be vaccinated against rabies. I think we've kind of already discussed this a little bit. I assume you guys are okay with that.
Yes, that's fine. That's not an issue.
Okay. The owner will retain an insurance policy under liability, providing for protection for bite victims in the minimum amount of $300,000.
Yes.
Now, that doesn't mean that you have to spend $300,000. The policy would cover up to $300,000.
Other pets, so that's not an issue. The interest is not.
And then the next one, number 7, is microchipping, spay and neuter. That's all. You guys were okay with that, correct? The microchip, you said you were on the road to getting that completed.
Yes.
Okay, so then if the owner's property is rented or owned by another family member, Animal Care and Control must receive written verifiable consent from the owner's landlord prior to redemption, allowing owner. So do you own? I know you said this is kind of an odd situation. Do you own the home that you're living in? Are you renting it from another person?
I do not. I'm renting it.
Okay, so then you would need, you understand that you would need, permission from the owner basically at this point to bring it back.
Yes, okay. And we've been in communication with them. Everyone's aware of everything that's going on right now. So
okay. So this is you must provide a secure fixed secondary barrier at all entrances and exits at the home. So are you aware of what that is?
I actually missed what it was.
You must provide secure.
So number 9, secondary barriers, is basically a gated area in front of your main front and back doors so you would enter like a little area. The dogs would have to be outside that area. So when you open the main exit door to go outside, the dogs can't just bolt out the door. They're now being kept back from another gate. So think of like a baby gate, like in front of like the door that you've given yourself a little like area.
I would really like to see examples of that, but I think I know what you're talking about, and we can comply with that. I think something inside to keep the dogs away from the door. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. So you would go through, like, let's say like a baby gate into an area that the dogs are kept outside of, so that when you open the outside door, the dogs can't escape.
We can comply with that as well.
Okay. And then so number 10, Animal Care and Control is being contacted immediately is to be contacted immediately in the event that OC or Chloe are running at large, stolen or involved in a bite. Animal Care and Control must be notified OC and Chloe have been temporarily transferred, sold, given away. So basically, anything that happens with the dog, if you come home, the dogs are missing, you don't know what's going on, you need to call animal control. If you sell them, if you move out of state, anything like that, you need to contract them. So is that something
Yeah.
you guys are okay with? And then number 11, the owner must post on the premises where animals maintain clearly visible warning sign that there are potentially dangerous animals on the property.
I don't like that at all, especially for the type of work that I do. I do have frequent visitors, and that could be traumatizing for some of the people that I bring over. I'm a very welcoming and inviting person, and I deal with people with that level of
They're
compassion
not
and empathy. That would be
dangerous.
very off-putting. I would really not. I would like to not have to put something like that outside of my home.
Okay. And I believe that's every stipulation. So now that we've gone through all those, Ed, if you want to take back over and kind of discuss how we want to move forward with the rest of this, but now I think we all fully understand how you feel about this order. And you've discussed, you know, kind of why it got to this situation, how we got to where we are. Your neighbors have kind of been able to get out and tell their side of the story. I think we should just focus on this document here and let's get through it. So Ed, I'm going to give it back to you.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, that was necessary to hear that. Now, I believe we got a pretty good picture of everything. I do not believe we need to belabor either side of the stories that we heard today, but I will extend one last question for any of the commissioners to any of the witnesses, for any of the witnesses to any of the other witnesses. So I see hands. Dr. Hammer, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. Jarman, if I may be so forward, what is your profession
Oh,
such that posting this your clientele or your patients would find it off-putting or offensive?
I'm sorry.
What do you do with it?
That's not my profession. It's kind of personal work. I came up very disadvantaged, and a lot of the associates that I keep have similar backgrounds. And because I don't want to. I really don't want to. Okay, I came up very disadvantaged. I made my way to a hedge fund. I work in finance. I work at a hedge fund, and I almost mentor other people. And a lot of them have backgrounds where they came up in with drug abuse and things like that. They just are a lot more skeptical and a lot more anxious than most people. And something like that, I could see it being a potential. But that's not my profession. This is like a personal thing, just because of my own background and how I grew up. It's just something I do personally.
I understand. I just wanted some color on that as we're considering about
a lot of them are
assignment.
PTSD. They had very traumatic upbringings, things like they just it would just be off-putting. I want them to feel as comfortable and as safe with it as possible. And this is ironic and hilarious because the dogs are a huge part of that. But yeah, I just don't. I don't want them to feel like there's something within my home that could be unsafe for them. And I understand that the neighborhood has that, perspective, and I understand complying because let not your good will be evil spoken of, but that's not how it is inside my home. And something like that, seeing something like that, it would make me feel unsafe. So I wouldn't.
I understand. Thank you.
Jackie?
So I just wanted to clarify for all of us, if I understood correctly, as we went through the list, that is items number 3, 4, and 11 that the Jarmans have an exception to.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yeah, that on number 4, they want the children to be able to walk the dogs rather than
the teenager. I just want to clarify,
required to be adults,
not children.
And then on number 3, they would like for what they already have in place to be acceptable and not have to do the 6-foot fence. Is that correct?
A little
That's my understanding.
A little bit more nuanced than that. What we have in place is, I think it's already intended to be a temporary solution. I do plan to repair the fence, but I do know that we have the dogs there and we're paying for board for every day that they're not home. So I would like for them to come home sooner, and we still will fix that.
Thank you.
We'll still fix the fence.
No, I think that's understood that you will intend to repair it. It would have to be, some
Yeah.
level of repair, but you want to repair it back to what it already is and not add a
Right,
larger fence.
exactly,
All right,
exactly.
we just want to be clear on that.
Okay.
What's the height of the existing fence, Miss Jarman?
I think it's 4 feet. I think it's, I'm
Okay.
5'6", and where it comes to me, I think it's about 4 feet. I think maybe 4, maybe 4.5, but
And how large are the dogs? I mean, how much do they weigh?
OC's probably about 20 pounds. Chloe's a little heavier, but smaller. She's probably 25 to 30.
How tall do they stand off the ground?
No, she isn't. Okay.
OC's
Okay, I'm sorry, what was that?
How high do they stand off the ground? Like how often are they're short legs, long
OC's
legs?
taller.
They're
She
short
comes,
legs.
yeah, they're short leg dogs. She's taller. Neither of them come up to my knee.
Okay.
Chloe's maybe halfway to my calf.
Okay.
OC's a little taller than that.
All right, that's a good
They're very
description. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Evans, if I may, Chairman, just real quick.
Sure.
Just to kind of note on what they've said about the fence and the PDO sign. We believe that the fence should be larger at the 6-foot privacy fence because obviously what's in place, broken or not, they still found a way around it. So that was the one thing that we would like to see still in place is that 6-foot privacy fence or whatever the HOA will allow to be the biggest. I've been in communication with them, so I know that they're very flexible. And then the PDO sign, I understand the sensitivity behind Ms. Jarman's work, and I can appreciate that with different backgrounds. But I feel like transparency with those who are coming into the house, especially if we're going to if we're going to move forward with parts of a PDO, we can't just disregard that one part. If there's going to be a PDO put on the animals, there should be transparency with the community and those coming into the house that, hey, we do have dogs. There was an issue. Here's what's going on. But transparency for the community and for those coming into the house, especially with those backgrounds, should know. Because God forbid something happens while they're in the house and they weren't aware, it could be more traumatizing.
I think that would probably be best discussed during our deliberations as well. If nobody has anything else, I do. It's just, does anybody have anything else? Okay, I just have a matter of interest that I want to put out there. There is currently, and I don't know how long this law has been on the books. I believe it was adopted 22 or early 23. And if you can get it and want to put it up on the screen, it's fine. It was called the irresponsible owner provision. And what that provided was, and what that provides rather, because it still is on the books and it is invocable, it states that if your dog or your pet, it gets out in excess of, I believe it's 3 times, maybe 2, but I think it's 3 times within a 6-month period or a 24-month period, your animals are confiscated and you are prevented from having any animals on your property for the next 3 years at all. And you will be monitored by animal control for that enforcement. So that is a rule that is on the books. That is a law that's on the books. And as you well know, from the testimony that we've heard today, that has already been far exceeded. But I wanted to just alert everybody that that law is on the books. Don't know whether it's going to come into play on this. That will be up to Chief of Police. But it's already been far exceeded. So that is just a matter of interest going forward. Does anybody, can you bring that up? Bring that law up so everybody can see that. And enlarge it and highlight it. You can. There we go. A person may be designated a reckless animal owner, if found guilty of violating the provisions in the Animal Care and Control Article 3 or more times from separate incidents in a 24-month period. Okay. A person is considered to be found guilty if placed on probation before judgment, pays a civil fine for violation, owns an animal designated by the agency as potentially dangerous, or vicious within the preceding 24 months. The agency is potentially dangerous. Okay. According to the police department, targeting and labeling irresponsible owners is in line with trends in animal enforcement, animal protection, and animal welfare to be proactive in protecting both humans and animals instead of reactive. Upon designation by the police chief or designee, the agency is required to issue written notice to the owner designated that includes the owner's name and address, a description of the circumstances that led to the designation, and the name, description, and license numbers of any animals owned or in the custody of the reckless animal owner, and a notice to the right to appeal to the designation. It allows the designated owner the designation by filing a written notice. So I think the part I wanted to emphasize is up further. So we can scroll up just a little bit. No, I was looking for the 3-year. Okay, scroll down. Scroll down just a little bit.
If you look right here, Ed, it says, create a reckless animal designation and prohibits a person with this designation to
Oh, okay, there it goes, for 4 years.
4 years.
All right. So I just wanted to get straight on that. So I wanted everybody to see that is involved in this particular issue today, so that we can all recognize the seriousness of the issue at hand, and hopefully we can move on from there.
I think that it's
Thank you.
important to highlight the part where it says that that's intended to be proactive and not reactive. We've never heard of this before. This is the first time. Going forward, I agree. We will be much more careful about having the dogs outside. But I think that line was powerful, and this is the first time that I've heard about that law. So I don't think it should be weighed as much.
I just wanted to make everybody aware of that. I don't think that should be an issue today. We will know once we go into deliberation. So hearing nothing else, I think everybody's satisfied with their testimony. We got a good picture of where we stand. We need to adjourn for deliberation, and I think we will concentrate on the potentially dangerous order and the issues that has presented in this case. So hearing none, we will move to adjourn for deliberation. And I want to thank you, Tom, for getting us back on point there. All right. Well, let's start with you, Tom. Let's go ahead. Let's just grab it by the throat and let's go with it.
All right. So let's just jump right into the order. So we're looking at items number 3, 4, and 11. So we're looking at fencing, the leash walking, I think from everything from the muzzle to the who can walk the dog, and the signage. So I'm going to start with the signage. You know, a lot of people get hung up on this potentially dangerous animal. I mean, I truly believe, and I've said it 100 times, that this order could be called a negligent human order just as easy as a dangerous dog order. I think that, you know, the dogs, while, you know, maybe biting, you know, you may think of danger as being bitten by the dog, but that dog running out in the street could cause an accident that could hurt somebody. It could trip somebody. There's a lot more that can be dangerous with an animal running at large than just biting someone. So that's why this order is in place. And for that reason, I would vote, I would, vote to uphold the signage part of this. I don't see any real reason not to have it up. I understand that it can put some people off, but with a little explanation, again, it's kind of semantics there. With the dog walking, um, I would not have a problem necessarily with the teenager walking the dog. Maybe with, they're requiring two people to walk the dog. So if they're walking one of the dogs singly, I don't know how to word this, but I mean, essentially, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. The dog is not, nothing we've heard today is, that this dog has been a problem on leash, or uncontrollable on leash. We're not talking about a very large dog or dogs. I think walking two at the same time could be problematic for a teenager. I think that potentially, I think we're getting into the weeds though. So I'd be just as happy to uphold the leash issue, but I do think that potentially one of the two people listed in the order could be a 12-year-old if the other one's an adult, as long as they're walked at the same time. I'd have a hard time having a teenager walking both dogs. Something very powerful to me that stood out in all the testimony, the woman that was actually bitten and had, go through the rabies issue, she described the dogs going after a community cat, and getting very fired up and then turning and directing that energy at her. And that's very concerning. That really kind of hit me that, it could have easily been anybody, another dog, a child, anything. But I mean, that's kind of bad news there. So I think that again, these dogs are when left to their own devices can be very, dangerous and potentially destructive. But I do think that as part of that, the fencing, moving on to the next thing, the fencing issue. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know that existing would be enough. I'd be fine with the 6 foot. I'd be fine with existing if, they seem like smaller dogs. That doesn't mean they can't jump, but I would think the largest that we could approve would probably be the best. So if the community association would only approve a 4.5 foot or a 5 foot fence, I would be fine with that as opposed to maybe the kennel. But I think that's kind of where I stand on those three issues. But again, I know there's a lot of parties involved here, and I appreciate everybody's testimony and understand that it can be, it's not everyone comes from the same cultural background and all, but we do all live in the same community. And I want to leave everybody with this, as far as the rabies shots go, some people aren't aware, whatever. We had a rabid bat in that community earlier this year. So these dogs at large could have very easily come in contact with that animal, and then we'd be talking about a whole different situation here. So, that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Tom. Nicole?
So with regards to the signage, it is simply stating a fact. There are two dogs that are potentially dangerous within that household. So therefore the signage exists. And while it may not be welcoming, it's also not welcoming to be chased or bit by a dog. So I think that basically should stand as written. The dog walking, I understand, and I definitely agree with this being a child's chore, teach responsibility. I am all about that. So I definitely would concur that if there is an adult walking one, a teenager could in fact be walking the second. And as far as the fence, I'm definitely, no pun intended, on the fence about that, because I have personally seen these dogs and they are small. And I do not believe that they can jump over a 4-foot fence. But again, we don't know until they try. And we don't know if they've done it in the past, because every time they keep getting out, whether it's under, we don't exactly know. So I'm going to I'd like to hear the rest of the commission's thoughts before I can decide on that.
Okay. Thank you, Nicole. Jackie?
Well, I certainly agree on the signage that it does need to be posted. And we're talking about potentially dangerous dogs that have already exhibited dangerous behavior. So I think the sign definitely needs to stay in. I tend to agree that as far as leash walking the dogs, that there must be at least one adult And there needs to be one person per dog. And one of those persons needs to be an adult. The other one needs to be of an age and ability to be able to control the other dog. And then the fence, I would think that the 4 foot would be okay. My only concern is that small dogs sometimes can climb pretty well.
Okay, well, thank you, Jackie. Lieutenant Tillman?
Good morning. I think it's still morning. I'm of the same opinion as pretty much everybody else. First of all, uphold the general order for the potentially dangerous. The signage, it's not about feelings. It's about statement of fact. It is what it is. If they don't want the sign there, then just don't have the dogs there. As far as the walking with a leash, I have a concern with the juvenile walking a potentially dangerous animal, because now we're holding a juvenile being responsible, I guess, for any bad things the dog may do. But again, I find I could be convinced to be with the rest of the group and have at least one other responsible adult with a child. I'd be okay with that. Then moving on to the fencing, I would say go with the largest fencing as possible. Go with the recommendation from Animal Care and Control. The point being, the fact is, if we want the smaller fence because they're smaller animals, yeah, everybody else has also been saying too that but they may be able to jump, they may be able to climb. So just go with the recommendation of the Animal Care and Control. They deal with it all the time, and I think they probably have the best interest at heart for the community. And again, if the animal owner is not really, unable or unwilling to do any of this stuff, then they're not required to keep the dogs either. They can always sell the dogs, get rid of the dogs, whatever. But hopefully they will like to keep the dogs and they can comply with the orders.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Dr. Hammer.
Thank you. As far as the walking goes, I'm comfortable with the juvenile walking, but I think what and maybe it's more than likely it's me, regardless of who's walking the dog, all the dogs are muzzled. I think that's important here. We've not mentioned that, but it is mentioned in the order, and that's one of the things the Jarmans were concerned about. But if we're going to at least consider a juvenile, because I agree with Ms. Dooley that teaching children chores is important, and can a 12 or a 13-year-old control a small dog? Yeah, more than likely, but our insurance is going to be that muzzle. So if we're going to allow mixed ages walk the dogs, the muzzle component has to be non-negotiable, in my opinion, as far as the leash walking. As far as the fence goes, I agree with Ms. Dooley. I'm on the fence about that. What I would proffer would be that we allow the Jarmans to build as tall a fence as possible that the homeowners association will allow. So if they'll allow them to build a 6-foot fence, and they should build a 6-foot fence, like Officer Tillman said. If they only let them build a 4.5 or 5-foot fence, we should let them do that. But the tallest fence that's allowable by the homeowners, I think, would be best there. On the sign, I've got no thoughts strongly one way or the other on the sign. I think the position that everybody else has mentioned is reasonable, agreeable, and logical. And I would recommend that we probably, maintain the signage as it's written in the order. I agree with all my fellow commissioners on that. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Hammer. As far as myself personally hearing all of the aspects of this case, I find this kind of going in between our responsibilities between public safety and trying to allow these owners to keep the animal under certain conditions that they have problem with. And they forget that the community also has a problem with their dogs getting out and biting people. So I'm for keeping the PDO as is. I think that they, I just, I see a picture where they have the dogs and the responsible or the ones that are supposed to be responsible are a bit oblivious to the animals being in the in the home. I will say this: the HOA, Mr. McGuinn, stated that he'd be willing to work with them for anything on there. But I will say this, and this is from the heart. If I was living in that community and I was walking around and time after time where we had 20 incidents where these dogs came out and came after people, they bit the lady on the ankle or what have you, there comes a point where it has to stop. Period. It has to stop, and that is why we put that irresponsible animal owner clause in that. And I think that any recommendation that we make on this particular case should take the chief of police or their or the person acting in their stead should highlight that and ask them to consider that. Because if it happens again, we got egg on our face here, trying to fix this PDO for them. And here we have 20 some incidences in a neighborhood. I just think that we as a commission should err on the side of public safety more so than the defendant in this case. So that's my 2 cents. Go ahead, Dr. Hammer.
Yeah, I just want to. Ed makes compelling comments here, and based on Ed's comments, I'm going to change my position, and I really think we probably should support the PDO as it's written. I mean, Ed does make some very astute observations here, and I think that's some important points for us to remember of what we're really tasked here to do, which is really to protect public safety. And yeah, I'm going to change my position. I think we ought to pull the whole thing as it's written. I agree with Ed. Thank you.
With that,
I could go with that. The issue I would have with it would be the fence requirement. I mean, if we're going to hold them from getting their animal back because they can only get a 5-foot fence instead of a 6-foot fence, I think I personally think that's a little bit harsh. But I mean, other than that, I mean, I can get along with the leash requirement and signage, but the fence, I feel like we should allow them the max that they could get, or something. I don't know. I just feel like at least a 5-foot or something. I mean, I feel like to hold them to 6-foot fence and be like, that's the only reason you can't have your dogs back is because of a 2-foot fence difference that we don't know if the animal can even get over. That's my only kind
Yeah,
of
I appreciate what you're saying, Tom, and that's the way that I felt initially. But Ed puts this more into perspective with his comments, that we've had 20 plus incidents over the last several years of these dogs getting out. And as you pointed out, this really isn't a potentially dangerous owner. It's potentially dangerous human order. I mean, this is really more a human problem than an animal problem, but we're tasked with dealing with the animal problem. And certainly, I understand your position. I empathize with your position, Tom, but I really think Ed brings some very salient and sharp points to the discussion here that's enough to change my mind on it. And I mean, and I respect what you're saying. And I understand what you're saying, but I think this is one of those situations where we got to look a little deeper into the history of the way these animals have been cared for over the last couple of years, and the blatant disregard of the owners in terms of trying to be good neighbors and good pet owners. I think that's what I think.
That's fair.
So I'd like to be clear, is your position that despite the HOA saying that a 6-foot fence is not allowed in that neighborhood, that you'd like to uphold it and these people do not get their dogs back based upon something that's completely out of their control.
That's my position, because with what I heard from Mr. Gwynn, that they would be more than accommodating to whatever they needed to do to be in compliance.
And that's what led me down that road too, is, he said he's willing to work with them with whatever they needed. So if it's a 6 foot or if it's a 5 foot, in my opinion, I believe that the defendants were trying to get the fence lowered simply because that's the way they wanted it, for whatever reasons. The dogs will grow, and they will be able
At
to.
their ages, they will not grow any more than what they are currently at 2 and 5.
You don't think they'll grow anymore?
No, they're adults now. They're not going to get taller.
Okay, well.
I would agree that, I mean, again, we can vote on this and that's fine. I can see both sides of this, but I would agree that if the community association was going to allow a 6 foot fence, that's what we should be requiring. But I'm not saying we should lower it to 5 feet just because. If they'll allow a 6 foot fence, I'm all up for it. I'm just saying they would be ashamed to not allow them to have their animals back, with all the other stipulations in place. And we're talking about the difference of 1 foot in the fence because the community association says so. That would be the concern I have. But I mean,
Okay.
again, we can go back and forth all day on this, and we don't need to. But we can.
Sure. Why don't we resolve to say, as is, unless the HOA will not allow the 6 foot fence, then we can revisit that portion of the PDO.
Could we make it simpler?
Can be augmented or adjusted by animal control.
Well, could we make that simpler, as I think Tom recommended, that the fence is as high as the HOA will allow?
Yeah, it's reasonable.
Okay.
Do we need to vote on these 3 items separately?
I think if we're going to uphold the rest of them, I mean, unless you want to, if you would like to make a change, I think based on the conversation we just had, the only change I think I'd be fine to go back on the leash requirement. I'm kind of with you more on that one, Ed. That's going to be the forefront of these animals in the community, is who's walking these dogs in the community. So as far as the public safety aspect of that goes, I'm more than happy to change, my thought process on that one. I agree with Nicole, though, that it'd be really tough to not award these, not allow these animals to come back to this home based on something that's out of their control. That's where I'd have a problem with the fence. So,
well, the thing is, and I don't want to be a stick in the mud here, is that the problem that we had was not when they were being walked. It was they were at large, period. So the fence, I believe, is important. And that's why I took the position I did on the fence. The leash, I mean, through all of the incidents that we've had, there was no incident where they were being walked on a leash. None. All of them they were just running around the neighborhood at large. So.
And we don't know if they were ever walked on the leash.
Correct.
Well, that's why I look at it as
motion.
Yeah, go ahead, Jackie.
I'd like to make a motion that we uphold the PDO as written, other than in regards to the fence in number 3, that it is as high as the HOA allows.
I would second that.
I would agree, but I also would like to add in there to alert the chief of police to the irresponsible animal owner provision.
Actually, you know what? I know I seconded it. Now I would maybe also add to that, and maybe I'll make a new motion, and I can add what you wanted to say, Ed. But I'd like to make a motion that we uphold the PDO with the stipulation that we have the fence no lower than currently existing and but as high as would be allowed by the homeowners association. So obviously what's there now is allowed by the homeowners association, I would assume. So, I mean, I don't know if I need to, do we need to be specific with that?
I don't think we need to be any more specific with that, no.
All right, so then it would be no lower than existing, but as should be as high as the homeowners association would allow. And that the chiefs of police also should be made aware of the reckless home or reckless pet owners.
I'll
Two
second that.
questions.
Oh.
Well, before we second that, the discussion, Tom. Number one, in both the motions on the floor, we've not addressed the leash walking. 1 adult, 2 adults, 2 children.
Well, I thought, we kind of discussed that. Like I said, I'm kind of with, I was swayed with that, what he said about public safety. And I do agree that that's less of it's not been the issue in the past, but the leash walking should be, if these animals go back into this home, should be that these people's, that's how these animals are going to be seen in the community now. Right. So
yeah.
I think you're right that maybe we should have adults walking the dogs. There's a lot of amends that need to be made in this community. I don't think other community members wouldn't feel safe necessarily with the child walking the dog, even if it was 1-on-1. So I'm perfectly fine to revert back to
Okay.
the other part. Like I said, the only part of this is like what Nicole said. I'm a little hung up on not allowing them access to an animal, something they have no control over. Community association votes, nope, sorry, then they just can't get their dog back. And I think that's, if they're following all the other parts of the order, hopefully, even taking the dog out in the backyard, they would have it on a leash. Not that they'd have to, but those are things that we would hope to happen. But so that's where my motion stands. So again, make it so that the defense, uphold the order, changing the fence is number 3, correct?
Correct.
Changing number 3 to state that the fence could be no shorter than, should be as high as community association would allow, but no shorter than existing, and that the chiefs of police should be aware, made aware specifically of the law on the books for negligent pet ownership.
Well, that's my second position. Is that something we want the commission to be able to do? Is that really our purview to bring to the other charges to the attention of the chief of police? I mean, is that what we're charged with doing? Or is that animal control's job?
As it's written, Dr. Hammer, the chief of police is the only one that can invoke that.
Okay, maybe that is our role.
As it's written, we're not. That's the way it's supposed to go. As it is written, it is not perfected yet. I have already talked to, in some of these meetings that we've had, I've already talked to a lot of the council people, the county council people that, for all intents and purposes, even through the appeals process, even if the chief of police does invoke it through the appeals process, it runs out of time the way it's written. So I think we've discussed that, but it does, I think, in this particular case, with so many incidents in front of us and on our plate today, that we have a responsibility to make that notation. Okay. And say, you need to take a look at this because we got 20. Yeah, not 3, we got 20 here. So
okay, right. Well, then I second Tom's motion.
Okay, motion's been made, seconded. All in favor? Okay.
So just to confirm for both OC and Chloe, who made the first motion?
I made the motion.
Tom made the motion.
Tom Burja made the motion. Tom Burha.
Jackie, you're muted, babe.
Okay, and Hammer.
Yeah, I made the first motion and then Tom edited.
Oh, correct. I guess that is correct. I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to stomp on your motion, but I'm sorry about that.
So how should I put this in as for Jackie and then Tom? Second motion?
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right. Are we ready to move on, Chairman? By chance?
Does anybody need a break before we move on?
Well, I was just actually going to tell you that this person here is requesting postponement because she is actively in the hospital, so she is not going to be able to participate. It's animal care and control versus Victor. I will get with the other person, Miss Childress, after this. I do apologize. But she is in the hospital, so we're requesting a postponement for June 3rd.
Right. So Camo and Winter are bumped to June 3rd then? Is that what I'm understanding? Okay.
Yeah, she's requesting that postponement because she is in the hospital.
Okay.
And I'll state right now, I will be absent on June 3rd because they had to move my jury duty up from this month to June, and my jury duty starts on June 3rd. So somebody wants to fill in, that would be okay for me. So do we have any more cases? Sure we do.
Do not have any more for the morning, so we can break until 1 p.m. for our other cases.
Before we break, if there's a postponement request that wasn't filed at least 5 days before, the commission's going to have to determine that there's good cause and grant the postponement by a motion.
Thanks, Karen.
Is she really in the hospital, Ms. Cortez?
Yes, she said that she would provide me with the documentation. The last email I got from her was that she was going in for a CT scan, and I have not heard back from her since then. So
I make a motion, we postpone the case till the 3rd of June.
Second. I mean, you know, under the circumstances, we don't have any choice.
Yeah.
Things happen. All in favor?
all right, I will see everybody at 1 p.m. for the second half of our day.
All right.
Very good. Thank you.
Everyone.
Hey, Autumn.
Yes.
Is it a separate link or we click back on the same link if I close this out?
Same link.
Same link. I'm gonna just leave it up, but in case something happens, I want to make sure. All right, thanks.
I'm gonna leave it up with the thing in the background for 1 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you have any issues, just give me an email and I'll walk you through it.
All right, cool. Thank you. Should be good. Thanks.
Sounds good.
As a reminder to everyone, please turn up. Tom's not here, and Lieutenant Tillman's not on yet.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. Good. Again, as a reminder, please turn off or silence your cell phones. Good afternoon. You are attending the Animal Matters Commission hearings for May 6, 2024. The Animal Matters Commission was established and is conducted in accordance with Article 12 of the Anne Arundel County Code. These are administrative hearings, and by nature, they are informal, which means you are not hampered by rules of evidence. However, please be aware that you are still testifying under oath. Each party will have their opportunity to state their case. After each party states their case, they will have an opportunity to ask questions of the other parties. Please do not interrupt the other party. You will be given ample time to talk. In many cases, we are aware that there is a history. You may briefly tell the commission about the history. However, please focus only on the issue at hand. After each case, the commission will have open deliberations. During these deliberations, the public may not participate. If the commissioners have an additional question, you may answer that question. No further information will be heard and a decision will be rendered. This decision is a recommendation to the chief of police or their representative. The recommendation of the commission will be taken into consideration and a final decision will be made by the chief of police or their designated representative. If, as a defendant in the case, you are unhappy with the decision of the commission, you may appeal. For citation cases such as appeals are made through the District Court of Maryland. For administrative orders such as potentially dangerous, and vicious orders, the appeals are made through the County Board of Appeals. I will reiterate what I stated this morning, is that these proceedings are being streamed on social media, and that there will be no tolerance of threats, vulgarity, or racial slurs of any kind during these proceedings. So we can now please call the first case.
In the case of Animal Care and Control versus Moore and Swaniger, if you could please raise your hand to join as a panelist. And once you get that notification, just hit accept to join as a panelist. There she in there. And then Mr. Evans, Ms. Moore did want to request a postponement before the board. Did you want me to do the oath first and then have her request it, or do you want to have it?
Yeah, because we'll want to hear her testimony as to the reasons why.
Okay. 1 second. Or could you please start your video?
Trying to figure out how.
All right, so if everyone in this case, please raise their right hand, and then after we do the oath, I'll go by everybody individually. Do you declare and affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
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 All right, well, starting with Ms. Moore and Mr. Swaniger, can you please state your names for the record and your address?
Jennifer Moore, MOHR. Address is P.O. Box 725 in Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21060.
And then Mr. I hope I'm saying it right. Mr. Swaniger?
Terry Swaniger.
Swaniger. And then the address, please, for the record.
The P.O.
It would be the same P.O. box that Miss Moore just addressed.
Okay, Officer Gum. Please state your name and address for the record.
Gum. Address is 411 Maxwell Fry, Millersville, Maryland.
And then Officer Simpson.
Field Supervisor Roger Simpson, 411 Maxwell Fry Road, Millersville, Maryland, 21108.
Are we supposed to provide
I will turn over to the chairman.
Okay, so as I understand, you said there is a request for postponement on the floor that we need to address before we go into the proceedings. So that request is being made by Ms. Moore.
Yes, sir.
We'll need to hear why you need a postponement. Usually we don't postpone on the day. We need a request ahead of time and invalid reasons. So go ahead.
Well, we weren't sure if we wanted a postponement or what. We just haven't had any time to prepare because I've been in and out of the hospital. Like I literally just got out of the hospital again last night. So we haven't had time to gather evidence or anything. And I'm not sure how this works.
Okay. This is just the first step. You may appeal if you don't like the outcome of this. These proceedings are informal, as was stated in the opening address. They're informal. There are no real rules of evidence. However, we need to keep some kind of focus on the issue at hand. So how would you see the issue being today?
What do you mean?
the issue of why we're here. What is the issue of the case that we're going to hear today?
We're trying to get our animals back.
Okay. The case is being made by the county. Did you get a copy of all of the let's just say the fines and all the stuff from the county? Did you get any documentation?
The only thing that we have is the notice on how to file the petition to get the meeting with you all, and a notice on our door, well, technically his door, that said that the animals were seized, and then we have a search and seizure warrant, but I'm not sure how valid this warrant is because it doesn't look very valid. That's
Okay.
literally all we've got. We haven't gotten any fines or anything.
Okay.
So as far as I know, there aren't any.
Let me just give you a suggestion. Since this is the first informal step, and like I said, it's informal. Anything that comes up, you all have the ability to ask questions of the officers. You have the ability to ask questions of the commissioners. Of anything that's going on, you have the opportunity here today to ask questions of it. And like I said, this is a first step. If you do not like the outcome, you can appeal to the next step. And then there is even a third step after that you can appeal. So I'm not trying to sway you one way or the other, but you have absolutely nothing to lose by going forward today.
Okay.
It's going to get heard sometime soon, and everything that's presented you'll be able to see, and this is going to be as open as possible. So we will ask our our leader at the animal control, Ms. Cortez, if there is a document that you would like to see posted up on the screen that you haven't seen, we can do that. We can put things up on the screen for you. We're going to try to make you as comfortable as possible. So are you okay with proceeding today?
Do you want to proceed?
I would much rather see us get our animals back if we can.
Well, then that would be proceeding.
Okay.
Okay, then yes.
Okay, we will then proceed today, and like I said, you would have to do that sometime. I hope you're up to it after your stay in the hospital.
I'm doing okay.
You're
Thank
cleared? Okay. All right, with that, then everybody being sworn in, we have to hear the case presented by the county first. You will have full opportunity to respond, but please don't interrupt as they're stating their case unless you want to see a document or something to that effect. Raise your hand and we will get that document up on the screen so you can view it. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Whoever the lead officer is in the case, Mr. Simpson or Ms. Gum, you may proceed.
Officer Gomes speaking. My involvement in the case begins in September 2023. That'd be
Can everybody hear?
8th.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had received complaints about a room at the Red Roof Inn located at 6600 Ritchie Highway, Glen Burnie, Maryland. It's going to be room 132, where the source of the complaint was. It was due to a large quantity of animals in the room, as well as the health conditions of the animals inside the room is what the main complaint was. The case continues with several attempted contacts with the residents of the room over a number of months, some making contact with Miss Moore. Mr. Swanick, I see you raise your hand.
As you just stated, you got in touch with only Miss Moore. What about myself as well?
Is it possible we could just get the testimony of Ms. Moore before we start asking questions? So we keep things moving along.
Yeah, let her finish her testimony first.
Well, if you have questions, direct questions, write them down. But if they mention a document, raise your hand and we'll get the document up. That's what I meant. But as when somebody's giving testimony and you need to ask questions, just jot a little note down and ask questions when they're finished. Okay? All right. Proceed, Ms. Gump.
I believe our most recent contact prior to my involvement in the case once again was March 25th, 2024, when we again were getting complaints about the smell from the room. We attempted to make contact with the only person we knew from the room at that time, which was Miss Moore. And again, we reinitiated contact, attempting to schedule to meet with her to check on the welfare of the animals within the room. However, we were either not able to get in contact with anyone on visits, which the property was then posted with notice to complies for her to contact us, or appointments were made and were either missed on Ms. Moore's end due to schedule conflicts or inavailability, according to the notes. My involvement was then brought into the case due to Ms. Moore's request. I attempted to make contact with her. I believe it was it'd be 3/28/2024. At her request, she requested to meet with me at 3 p.m. I attempted to do so. I could observe somebody in the room sleeping in the bed, but was unable to wake them after repeated knocks on the door. It was at this time that I documented approximately 15 cats moving about the room. I could not tell the conditions of those cats from the window, as I only had approximately 3 to 4 inch gap within the curtain to observe the cats, as well as the lighting in the room was dim. I also observed a small dog that repeatedly would either sit on the bed or run to the door and bark when I knocked. But again, I was unable to make contact with the individual in the room. I will make note that on each visit to the apartment or the hotel room, there was a strong odor of cat urine that pervaded from a good distance from the room. Most visits, we were contacted by individuals at the hotel who, for reasons of their own stating, they did not want to be identified for fearing retribution. And they also complained about the smell and the number of cats in the room. We proceeded to start applying for a search warrant after Ms. Moore's failed contact. I tried to meet with her once again, but both she and I did have a schedule conflict where she was held over by, I cannot remember the specifics at this time, but she had an engagement that she warned me about ahead of time that might go over, and I understood that. But at that time, due to the concern of the welfare of the animals, we thought it best to proceed with a search warrant. And on March 12th, 2024, we served the search warrant at the room. Ms. Moore was not present at the time, but 18 cats were removed from the residence or from the hotel room, along with one small Chihuahua type dog. The conditions in the room consisted of a large amount of cat feces buildup and cat urine. I regret not wearing a more sufficient form of protection, as I had, and the other officers present on scene had simple masks and 95s, and we all felt the ill effects of walking and staying into that room for prolonged periods of time. believe Autumn may have a video of my initial walkthrough that I did for documentation purposes. As you can observe in that video, there was a large amount of property in the room, making limited space for movement as well as living space for the number of cats. In two corners of the room, there was a cat tree, and in a later evidence photo, it shows a large buildup of cat feces, as well as each litter box had a large accumulation of cat feces and urine as well. The floor was greasy and slippery. Anne Arundel County Police, when they cleared the room on entry for us, they advised that several of them almost slipped and fell. One of our officers did slip on the floor while we were in the room attempting to catch the cats. And every surface in the room as well was greasy with what appeared to be urine. Later, after all the animals were removed, every officer had to decontaminate their uniforms. When I was taking off my duty belt, it was noticeably greasy. Water bowl depicted here has some kind of substance in the water, making it not clean or habitable to drink. The other water there appears clean, but did have a cat toy. We are not sure if that is just a plant or if it had feces inside of it. And then, of course, there was rugs with feces, especially piled around the front door. Several of the Anne Arundel County police officers, after reviewing their body camera footage, were observed gagging. Some couldn't even enter the room, and several ran to the grass to avoid throwing up. Or I believe I was informed that one did. The animals within inside the room itself had noticeable flea dirt on their ears, some scabbing from scratching repeatedly at the flea dirt. Almost all the cats removed from the residence had dirty ears that needed extreme cleaning on our end. Here's the body camera footage.
Boss Miles up here with me. Miles, what about Alex Holmes in there?
There's the little yappy, I don't know.
Let's leave him?
Let it breathe.
I'll go listen.
Let it breathe.
Hey, see your hands. County Police. Hey, Country. Go ahead. God.
Should have brought the other guy. Oh, wow.
County Police. That's all. County Police, right there. Come out your hands up. God. You guys got masks? Yeah. Here you go, Russ, with the mask.
Give me 1 second, Officer Gum. I'm going to try to pull up the other evidence you have.
Okay.
What's up next? Sorry.
There's one more video that we're going to play. I'm just trying to get it pulled up right now. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's
Officer Gum, well, while we're waiting for that video, because Miss Moore expressed some concern about the validity of the search warrant, can you explain how that was obtained in the process so that she feels it's legitimate?
Yes, sir. The search warrant was completed and by myself. I typed it up using the documents from our system, which would have noted every instance of our comings and goings to the the hotel room and our documentation of what we observed at those times. That information is typed up into the search warrant, and it was reviewed by our detective that is often at the shelter who assists us, which would be Detective Witt. And then it was, I believe, also sent to Sergeant Evans for review. And upon approval from both of those individuals in the police department, it was then sent to the judge. And the judge reviewed the search warrant as well, signed it, and sent it back to us. We then sent it again to the Northern District Detective Unit, where they reviewed and coordinated with us on when to serve the search warrant.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Hammer. I was going to go there myself. I have two other questions real quick. Officer Gunn, how many instances would you say roughly you attempted to work with Miss Moore and get inside to do a checkout?
I believe that would be approximately on our system, that would be approximately 6 times. However, between myself and ACO Boehm, there was multiple more instances of contact that would be in text message form that would need to be counted and added.
Okay, and my other question is this. I understand it is it's in a motel room?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is there any form of, I mean, this establishment has to be overseen by, a hotel, some kind of authority. What did you speak with them, or did get their take on all this, or?
In some instances, they were the ones who called us.
Oh,
They have an ongoing instance with Ms. Moore, which is not particularly relevant to this. That's her
okay.
personal
Okay,
with the hotel.
good enough. I understand. I just was wondering, if there was any communication between animal control and the hotel management. That's fine. You answered my question. Okay, now we're waiting on the video.
Hey, let me see your hands. County Police. Country. Go ahead. Cats everywhere. County Police. That's horrible. County Police, right there. Come out your hands up. You guys got masks? Can you go, Russ, with a mask? No. Put your hands up. You're the mask. Put your hands up. Oh, God. Animal control, you guys can move up. How's y'all get out of here? As soon as we know nobody's in there, back out. Don't even leave it open because I don't want you to cast the escape. Let animal control come in and deal with this. As soon as we know they're not in here, back out. Let them come up and do their thing. I don't know what she looks like, so we'll make sure she doesn't come.
Congregation is very happy.
Oh my God, Matt, get out of there. If we know they're not in there, get out of there. Oh. Woo!
As you can observe, several of the county police officers were repeatedly stamping their boots, attempting to get these substances they picked up while in the room off of their shoes. Several of them could not even bring themselves to enter the hotel room due to the smell. And a week after serving the search warrant, I was feeling ill the entire week and happened to have a doctor's appointment that I attended. My doctor did a test and it came back positive for strep throat. That she said could be obtained from being in an environment of that variety for an extended amount of time.
Okay. Do you have anything else, Ms. Khan?
We have medical records of one cat in particular that was of specific sent to me due to the Sheriff Autumn. I thought I sent these to her. It should be the cat's ears that they had to flush and the number of Q-tips that were dirtied from them cleaning its ears.
Are you able to see the screen picture?
Yes. Yeah, I see them now.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Upon being brought back to the shelter, all the cats were evaluated on initial check-in as well as after the fact. Myself and several members of staff stayed late into the evening to ensure each animal was checked in and comfortably put into their own kennel or cage, or shared depending on the size and temperament of the animal.
The general condition. I mean, I see like the ears and things like that. What were the weights? What were the weights of the animals? Were they malnutrition, anything like that?
Their overall body conditions were not malnourished. I was told that their general weights were okay. However, we were worried about respiratory issues and the type of ear infections that all of them were presenting with. We also had documents or photos that depict most of the cats that had white fur on their paws had urine staining from the amount of urine they walked and stood in every day.
We have the medical notes from the intake veterinarian on the observations on intake.
Each animal data sheet would have the individual notes. It would depend on which cat you would want to refer to in question.
And those are in the evidence packet,
yes,
Ms. Cortez?
They are there. Show you exactly where they are.
Thank you.
All right, so it's going to be under ACO GUM evidence at the very bottom where it says SKM, given to the nature and the sensitivity of, with the animals and the names on there, we will not be sharing those to protect certain sensitive information within animal care and control.
Very good, thank you.
I believe that is everything I have on my end, unless you have any further questions.
Okay. Anyone? I think between us all, I think my questions have been answered. Anyone else? So I guess we move now to Officer Simpson.
Yes, sir. I really don't have anything other to add. I think I concur with everything Officer Gum said. I was involved on the search and seizure on March 16th. I'm sorry, April 16th, 2024. But I can answer any questions, but I don't really have anything else to add.
Okay, just so everybody's on the same page, the animals were taken in, impounded, and Autumn, I guess you're listening to, and I believe it's already cited in the application and affidavit for search and seizure. Just specific law allows that to happen under these conditions. just wanted to make sure everyone is on the same page, that everybody knows that we're not just barging in somebody's motel room and taking their animals, that due to the circumstances, the law allows the impounding of the animals under these particular conditions. And
We're still looking at a lawfully executed search warrant. I mean, it was prepared in accordance with law and executed per law, so there's no question on the search or seizure, correct?
correct.
Correct.
And I'm just want to make sure that everything's laid out, that there is a section that says under these conditions, the unhealthy conditions and such, that it was proper thing to do for animal control to take charge of the animals and bring them back here. Well, not back here, but back to 411 Maxwell Fry Road. Just so everybody's on point.
I'm pulling it up right now. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
It's under County Code 12-4-501, authority to impound.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, we didn't all hear that.
It's in the Anne Arundel County Code 12-4-501, the authority to impound.
Okay.
All right, just to be clear, I don't think the seizure itself, the justification is really a question, but as Lieutenant said, 12-4-501 gives Animal Care and Control the authority to impound. 12-4-901 gives Animal Care and Control the authority to seize the cats if necessary for the health and necessary to protect the animals from cruelty. And the Maryland State Code contains the same provision that 12-4-901 contains.
Okay. Thank you, Karen.
So addressing Ms. Moore's concern that this whole thing was above board and legal, there's no question as to the legality or the authenticity of the particular pieces of paper that were served to her on her door, correct?
That's
my understanding.
That's why I asked for that
Very
to come
good.
forward.
Thank you.
But yes, Ms. Gunn.
Additional statement I would like to add is before we left after serving the search warrant, I did post a copy of the search warrant as well as two copies of the 10-day letter posted to Ms. Moore and Mr. Swaniger, as we did become aware that he would stay there from time to time. Ms. Moore's name was under the room, so we believe she was the primary occupant on our information that we gathered. But we listed Mr. Swaniger on the other 10-day letter as we were not sure what the overall general custody of the animals were. So that's why two 10-day letters were posted on the door of the hotel room as well before we left that day.
Okay, now I'm asking a question before we move forward. No, okay, there we go.
Let me know if you want me to scroll down at any point in time.
Is there a signature on there somewhere, Ms. Cortez? From a judge, ideally? Yeah, good enough. Okay.
There we go. Okay, now the question here, I don't want to get into any kind of thoughts. I want to see if there is something solid out there, and maybe Mr. Ritter can help us out. We know that the general rule of cat ownership is no more than 8 for a, and that presumably would be for a household. And from what I gather here, perhaps we have 2 individuals in a motel room, each having 8 cats. I don't think that eight cat rule extends into that particular situation. I don't think we ever had that situation arise where that law had to be tweaked, and I do believe that allowance for 8 cats would be per household. So just correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, a hotel room is a lot different. So I just thought maybe we get some guidance on that.
It's, I just want to clarify, is this an appeal under 124901? Because if it's an appeal under 124901 where animal care and control has seized the animals to protect the animals from cruelty or for the health of the animals, then the question is whether or not that seizure is necessary, not how many cats can be redeemed.
Okay, I was going there because I believe that the defendants are making a request for their animals back to come back. So that being a part of these proceedings, I just wanted to know if that was feasible. So anyway, with that, Officer Simpson and Officer Gum, you are finished at this time. No more testimony from the county at this time. Now we will move to the Moore, Miss Jennifer Moore, and you have the floor.
Yes. First of all, we are 2 separate households.
Okay.
So that's the first thing right there is we are 2 separate households. The animals are not being returned to the hotel. The hotel was being packed up due to the smell. Like that smell literally started originate in our room. That's why we were moving out while I was helping him move out as well. So I was going over there constantly, packing up everything. That's why all the boxes, that's why all the bags. So I was packing up everything to get everything out because we complained about the smell. We're not the only people there with animals, and the smell started in February. And it got to the point where, yeah, it was a problem. We absolutely agree. We were affected by it. We were working on getting the animals out. Well, his animals. I brought mine over there temporarily because it was easier to manage them all in one place while I packed up everything than try to take his with mine. So I could just check on them in one place with everything else that I had going on. So granted, it probably wasn't the smartest choice to take them there, but it was the only option that I had at the time. And I was thinking that I could, get the room packed, figure out what the smell was. Because at first I legitimately did think that it was from our room. But I had cleaned that room. I don't understand what they're talking about was slippery because I washed that floor daily. Every time I went in there, I was washing the floor. I vacuumed the floor and the litter boxes. Yes, there are 3 litter boxes. They have to be cleaned daily. When you have that many cats, they have to be completely dumped out daily. And I did that every night, when I came to check on them. At the end of the day, I would dump out the entire litter box. But yeah, when you have 3 litter boxes and that many cats, they get filled very quickly. But the animals are not going back there. In fact, that room has been completely packed up and empty and has been completely left at this point. So they are not going back there. They are going to houses, like actual multiple room houses.
Okay, let me interrupt you just for a second. Whose room was that 132 room? Who did that belong to? Who was renting that?
It was originally both of ours. I had moved out in January of this year. So he was still there, but he'd been in jail. He had been in jail for like the last month.
Okay, and now I just want to get clarification.
Yes.
Mainly, that room 132 was not used for you or, I'm sorry,
Mr. Swinford.
your,
Terry.
your witness to stay in. Rather, it was rented out to keep to house the cats.
No, it was his room, but he was in jail. So while he was in jail, since I was trying to pack up all of his stuff,
Right.
I had brought my cats over since I was honestly falling asleep there. I was staying up for days at a time, trying to pack up everything, trying to deal with him being in jail, trying to deal with my kids.
So you were staying there with the cats?
I would occasionally pass out on the bed and that was it. I didn't live there, but
Okay.
I would go over there multiple times a day to take care of them, make sure that there was clean water, there was 5 food bowls.
Okay, just wanted to get clarification on the use of that room. Nicole, go ahead.
Officer Gum, please refresh my memory about whose name was on the room.
According to the documentation that we got from the hotel itself, it was under Mrs. Moore's name. The earliest date they had on the record was September.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Moore. You may continue if you have anything further.
Yeah, the room was supposed to be removed out of my name back in like November, and that just never happened. The hotel endlessly just caused problems for us. They never wanted to put the room in his name. They never wanted to take it out of my name. They even went after me for a holding over recently when I don't live there. So it's just been a catastrophe, which was why, that was an additional part of the whole moving out. But the room had gone through several checks by the hotel for cleanliness, etc., and it had always passed literally up until recently. And that was like I said, when he got locked up and I started like packing everything, things became a mess. I'm disabled. I've been very sick, and I have 3 kids that I take care of myself. So it's like, it was a very overwhelming process when he got locked up and the room just kind of went to hell. Because I ended up having to take on everything that he did, everything that I do, as well as my own life. And yeah. But it had always passed previous inspections. It had always been clean. And the only complaints that we had was that we had so many, and we ended up with so many because of the red roof. The red roof was constantly dumping cats off in my Amigo, which is an off-brand Jeep. So the back is open. They would drop off kittens and cats there. And this was before I had moved out. And they would drop them off at our door. And
They
if
would
we
ask us to take them in.
Yeah, they would ask us to take them in. And if we said no, it became a retaliation thing. Like, it became a whole problem if we said no. So we ended up with all these cats, and it was like, as soon as we stopped taking them in, that's when they started having issues with us. They started making all these complaints with animal control. And
They also say they've been through several managers and other managers that they've had that did these inspections were fine with everything, and then shortly after, Red Roof would fire the managers.
Yeah, like managers were getting fired after saying our room was fine, coming in and doing a proper inspection.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Where are you now?
Right now, since I've been so sick, I'm staying with my Uncle Kurt. That's where he's been staying since the room was trashed. Like, after animal control came in, there was property destroyed. There was a cat left in there with no access to food, water, and because of whatever Officer Gum had said to Red Roof, they thought the room was condemned, or they claimed the room was condemned. I got a hold of the health department, who said the room was not condemned and we were more than welcome to go back in it. At that point, that was the following Monday, I was finally able to go in and rescue the cat that was left in there. And she was absolutely traumatized. Like, she would not, after I brought her back to my Uncle Kurt's, because like I said, I've been sick, so he's been helping me. She would not come out from the bathroom for like 3 days, and she wouldn't eat or anything. So we had to go through a lot after what animal control did, and I understand their concerns. Like, don't get me wrong, because I absolutely understand their concerns. We both do.
But the only thing that I see in my eyes for this is all of them are healthy. All of them have nutrition. The only thing that's currently wrong with them was their ears.
And I didn't even know you could clean them with Q-tips, so I learned something new there.
I mean, but at the same time, aren't Q-tips dangerous for animals? Because we are technically animals as human beings, and they state Q-tips are harmful to our ears. Wouldn't a Q-tip be harmful to an animal?
Or is there like a proper way that you're supposed to do this?
Well, we'll defer that in our deliberations to Dr. Hammer, who is our veterinarian on staff here at on our commission. So I'll keep that in mind,
Okay.
and we'll get that answered during our deliberations. So is there anything else that you?
They were all being treated for fleas, because, you know, Nacho, that's the small dog, was always in and out. He did bring them in. So we treated them all for fleas. They always had their flea medication. So, you know, fleas happen, but I mean, they were healthy. The litter boxes were cleaned every night, but they're not going back to that environment because, you know.
Some confusion. I noticed there was also some confusion. I don't know if this would go into a deliberation as something you're talking about. I don't understand the deliberation, but some confusion that was just said between Officer Gum and Officer Simpson are their dates not matching up. Because at one point in time, Simpson just stated from March 16th, and then you panned to Officer Gum, and she was baffled by the date that Officer Simpson had stated. And if this all took place on April 16th, but Officer Gum is stating on April 12th. So there's numerous dates being thrown around by the officers of animal control.
Okay, well, we can get some clarity on that. I see Miss Gum has her hand raised.
I believe Field Supervisor Simpson made a utterance in error, as I had just served a different search warrant for a different case on that date. March 12th was the correct search warrant in this case.
March 12th was not the correct date.
It's 4/12/24, correct?
April 12th.
April 12th is your search warrant date.
I'm getting my verbal dates confused, but it's 4/12/24, correct?
Yeah.
Then I misspeak on the actual month's name. However, 4/12/24 is correct. He
Okay,
missed
so
on the 16th.
April and not March, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, April.
Okay. Jackie, I see you got your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I have several questions, please, for Ms. Moore. First of all, were your cats all vaccinated against rabies and the various other diseases that we traditionally give vaccinations for?
I'm a Virginia resident as well as a Florida resident, and in both those states, we have exemptions, which I have learned apparently you don't offer to them here.
Well, the cats are here in Maryland, therefore they should be vaccinated against rabies. And generally, there are other vaccines that Dr. Hemmer could address for us if we need to. My other question is, if the cats are returned to you, what is your plan for housing and taking care of them?
We both have our own housing. I'm just working on getting better. Like my kids are currently with their dad, but I have my own house. I have one here in Maryland. I also have one in Georgia. So I have housing. So does he. He's gotten another place to live. Well, he's currently working on moving in there. So,
And I have housing for my animals as well.
That's what I did.
And are the cats spayed or neutered?
I've spoken with Miss Robin Catlett at the animal control, and she said that they are willing to do a spay and neuter for all of them, which is what we've been wanting because they did have appointments scheduled, but due to all this they missed them. But they're willing to do spay and neuter at animal control for all of them, and we just have to go over there and sign the consent paperwork, which now that I'm out of the hospital, I'm able to go over and do that because we do want them all spayed and neutered. The dog Nacho, he's already neutered.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else pertinent to this case before we close for deliberations?
We're basically just, asking that a one-time issue not be, I guess the sole decision on why we shouldn't get them back. I mean, they are service animals and emotional support animals. They do help a lot with your vet or with animal control. We would like to, learn better about cleaning their ears since that was an obvious problem. And we'd be happy, to work with animal control with, making sure that this kind of situation is obviously never a concern again. Okay. And that's something that we're both willing to do.
And we both talked this over with Miss Catlett, Miss Robin Catlett.
Okay. We know her well.
He's very nice.
Ms. Gahn?
I do want to bring to the attention and ask about, you stated that you were forced to take in animals that were dumped. Are you aware of 12-4-907, which legally requires any stray animals be turned over to animal control within 24 hours?
No,
I'm not a lawyer, so I wouldn't know that.
County code.
Just to interject, I don't think we're here for that anyway. We're just here whether or not are the seizures of these animals, and I appreciate it bringing to our attention.
I have a question for Ms. Moran, Mr. Sweringer. You say you both have individual residences. Are they in the county?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Are they single-family homes, apartments, condos, townhomes? What type of structure will you be moving into with the cats?
Single-family home.
Single-family homes. And you keep saying the animals are service animals and support animals. Do you have any documentation to that effect?
That would all be in my RV, which is down in Virginia. But I could get all of that for you.
Okay.
I can also provide a list of how, they help each of us, because each of them obviously have a different job as service animals. And emotional support animals. I'm happy to create a list and provide this.
Okay.
Dr. Hemmer, while you're on there, maybe you could give some insight into the ear cleaning question real quick before we move into deliberation.
Yeah, hard for me to really assess that ear cleaning. As I look through the evidence, the veterinary medical records weren't accessible. So I see is the animal data sheets or the intake sheets, and only one of the cats really seemed to have an ear problem. A lot of them, there was little to no documentation on there as far as any health issues. They're all treated as per animal care and control and all their intakes. Be honest with you, the number of Q-tips they used and the amount of debris that came out was really pretty minimal. I didn't see a whole lot in there based on that one slide that we were shown. I don't doubt that the ears probably need to be cleaned and using Q-tips on the outside of the ear or cotton balls on the outside of the ear based on the one cat that I saw in the one photograph of the Q-tips. Probably all that's needed. I don't think we need to do anything more than that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I have a question. I'm a little confused. I want to make sure I understand this properly. So you claim that the management, you said there's been multiple managers at the hotel, but some of the hotel managers or people from the hotel would place cats. I'm thinking cats specifically in your vehicle.
Yes.
So of the animals that have been confiscated from the hotel room, were any of those animals that were given to you once you got to the hotel? Were they ones that you would receive then?
All except for I think we moved in with 5. And that was back in October of 2022.
Yeah.
We moved in with 5, and just over our period there, we ended up with all the rest, and I became close with them. So did he, and they became service animals or ESAs.
And a lot of reasons they were given up to us is because this hotel, no offense, don't hold this against us, is known as a drug hotel. So it would literally be drug addicts getting arrested or just leaving their animal behind.
And Red Roof just didn't, I don't know why they didn't want to call you all or call animal control. They just never did. I don't know. I could never get a straight answer on that one.
Mr. Evans, if I may interject this really quick, I know that Mr. Hammer brought up the concerns about infections. All but 2 cats, per our medical records here, all but 2 cats had ear infections. So they just wanted to make note of that. As I can make those medical records available as well to the commission if they need it.
Okay, thank you, Autumn. Miss Jackie Cowan had her hand up first, and I see you back there, so you'll be next. Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you. I have one other question regarding the health of the cats when they were taken. Officer Gum, I thought I heard you make a reference to respiratory concerns. Was that in relation to yourself and the other officers or to the cats? And can you elaborate on that, please?
It was primarily to myself and the other officers. I'm not a veterinarian. I can't speak as to what that environment could do to cats, as again, it's not my profession to speak on that. But just the overall conditions of the room did have a major concern, as you could smell it from a distance. Per the hotel, you could smell it from about 2 rooms down. They advised they couldn't rent those rooms out due to the smell.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Slater, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say, on behalf of one of the cats that you may have done an ear swab with, one of them I want to bring to the attention, as they were young, Miss Moore has not stated, is also deaf and blind in one eye. It is what, a gray tabby?
Yeah, that's a gray tabby.
She's
that's
a gray
called.
tabby.
Hmm.
So I don't want that to be held against, because if you notice, like, she can't hear. She was born that way.
Okay. No, I'm sure that that's been so noted, hopefully by the veterinarians at animal control that took them in and looked them over. So no.
I was just unsure if even animal control or any of that knew that she was deaf at all.
Well, that could be hard to detect, just taking them in like that.
Yeah. Well, Chloe is one that I've had since she was a kitten, and I rescued her down in Florida.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else? I have one last question. Hopefully I will let anybody who has anything else go first. Seeing none, I just have one question before we close for deliberations. Ms. Moore, in the videos and pictures of that room 312, please explain how it got that way. How over a period of time? I mean, I heard your testimony that you cleaned the litter boxes out every night, but obviously they were pretty full in those pictures.
They get very full very quickly.
How did it get that way?
I was in jail.
He was in jail, and I'm managing multiple households with 3 children, including his household since he was in jail, plus trying to pack up all of his stuff. My kids are unschooled, so it's not like they're going to school during the day. It's something that I have to, actually take the time and teach them every day.
Oh, okay.
So, and my kids are 11, 10, and 7.
Okay.
Their father lives out of state, so I was managing multiple households, not just my one and his, but I also have to manage my mom. My mom is 72, so I'm managing multiple households, and it just became very overwhelming with him being in jail.
I see. Okay, does anybody have anything else? Okay, hearing none, I guess we will close for deliberation at this time. And let's see what the proper order of what we have to deal with is. Should we deal with whether or not the seizure was proper before and separate that from whether or not let me get this. I should have asked this before. Do we have an appeal to return the animals in front of us today? Okay, so
do we yet? I just, as I'm looking at this is just an appeal. Was the seizure legal? That's how I'm understanding it. Other commission members' thoughts? I mean, am I missing something? I could very well be.
Yeah,
It's my understanding.
Go ahead.
My understanding that they were appealing the seizure in order to have the animals returned to them. I think that the comment about the search warrant not being valid was just a off the cuff, maybe way to invalidate the fact that the animals were seized.
Okay, then following that, so I guess more to Ed's point, what are we really deciding this afternoon? The validity of the seizure or the return of the animals, or both?
Both.
Okay.
I would say both.
Okay.
So
thank you.
The first issue would be the whether or not the seizure under the circumstances was proper. Well, let's get some discussion first. Dr. Hammer, what do you think of all this?
I have some concerns due to the condition of the environment that we saw on the body cams, that I fear that the animals weren't being cared for as well as Miss Moore was alluding to. I think that those animals probably had a little bit more, were left a little bit longer than a day or so for the odor and the debris and the urine and the feces to accumulate like that, number one. Number two, I think that the seizure was legitimate and legal. I don't have any problem with the seizure. I guess where I'm kind of stuck on is the disposition of the seized pets and going back to the 2 separate owners at 2 different locations in Anne Arundel County. That's kind of where I'm stuck. That's my That's my assessment after taking everything else in. Any of the other commissioners?
Thank you, Dr. Hammer. Jackie, I see you got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say that in my professional experience, when I was 20 years in animal control and worked too many animal hoarder cases. And the pattern of that is that nothing changes. You can take the animals, not return them, and they tend to rebuild their population again. I don't see with these two a commitment to true care of the animals. And I don't believe they should be returned to them. And if the county has the means for doing it, I think they should not be allowed to have any animals again, which is the normal process in other areas that I have worked. When we had cases like this, the folks were not allowed to have animals again.
Tom?
Yes. So yeah, I agree that the seizure of the animals was proper. I don't see any issue with it at all. I find a lot of discrepancies in what I'm hearing across the board. I mean, some animals were brought back and forth, some were given to them. There's a lot of that going on. The condition of the room alone, I mean, I never heard a single, like, we're going to bring them to this address and we're going to have them there, under this care, this many cats here, this many cats go there, anything like that. I mean, it's just nothing concrete. So it doesn't instill any sort of good feelings there to me that these animals are going to be taken care of properly. So I again, I kind of agree with Jackie there that somewhere, if animal control can find, another place for these animals or whatever they can do, but I don't think that they should be given back.
It seems like these folks have an awful lot of challenges in their life right now. And the last thing they need is to care for all these multiple animals.
Thank you. Nicole?
I agree with a lot of the discrepancies that Tom just brought up. I heard a lot of discrepancies based upon the evidence that we have. All of these cats were just in great condition, and I see just in the ADSs alone, fleas, tapeworms, fractures on tail, heart murmur, long nails. And coupled with the fact that they haven't been vaccinated, as far as we know, and definitely not recently. It takes a long time to create such deplorable conditions. And under no circumstances do I believe that these 18 cats are going to go to two separate residences. I mean, they stated for a PO box, at their beginning of the testimony, they both are at the same PO box. I just don't believe it is proper conditions for any animals, let alone any humans, to be in such conditions. And hats off to the officers and the ACOs who went and did their best to try to save those animals from those conditions and putting themselves at risk. Additionally, these animals are all in foster homes, as far as I'm aware. These fosters are caring for these animals. These fosters have nursing them back to health, paying out of their pockets for their food, and making sure to turn these animals' lives around. I believe the search was absolutely warranted, above board, authorized, and I vote to not return these animals to either of the defendants.
Thank you, Nicole. Lieutenant Tillman?
Good afternoon, and I agree. The seizure was valid with a search warrant based off the conditions that they found, and B, there's nothing in their behavior to indicate that this will not happen again when they either get these animals or any other animals. I'm confident that'll be in the same conditions as before. yeah, these animals are not suited to be back with those families. So I don't think we should give them back.
Thank you. And unfortunately, I as well, depending on how you're looking at it, I as well believe that the search and seizure was fully warranted. And even though I tried, I'm pretty sure you saw that I tried to get to some sort of light at the end of the tunnel for these folks, that there was just too many inconsistencies that darkened that light. So I don't see any redeeming quality where the cats would benefit from being returned. So I agree with the rest of the commission. So we will take up the first issue.
I'll move. I can go ahead and make a motion that we
Hold
agree.
on, hold up just for a second. Let's see what this message is. Second question, whether it's continuing to see okay, so we have basically three issues to decide. The one would be was the initial search and seizure proper and necessary? Further, whether continuing the seizure was necessary for the health of the animals and necessary to protect the animals from cruelty. That's number two. And then number three, should the animals be returned? So on the first question, whether the initial search and seizure was, excuse me, was proper, we will need a motion.
I make a motion that the commission accept seizure as presented as being lawful.
I'll second that. Or Tom can second that. That's fine. All in favor? Second question is, was it necessary to continue for the safety of the animals?
And I just want to clarify before we go to the next step that under 124901H, if the chief determines that the seizure continuing is necessary for the health of the animals or to protect the animals from cruelty, then the animals are deemed unwanted or unredeemed. So it's not the third question of whether or not the animal should be
okay. That becomes
essentially grouped into the same second step of whether continuing the seizure is necessary.
Thank you, Kurt. So that third question that I poked in there is moot with the responsibility of, responsibility. The question of the second issue is whether continuing the how was it worded? Let me make sure that we're wording it. Yes, whether the continuing the seizure was necessary for the health of the animals and or necessary to protect the animals from cruelty.
I make a motion that we uphold continuing the seizure as necessary for the health and welfare of the animals.
Okay.
I second.
All in favor? Okay. And on the record, I know what the motion was, but I guess maybe we should stick to the language, whatever that was. And you don't mind, that's what you were trying to say, Nicole, correct?
Yes, I make a motion that my motion is what Curran said.
Okay. Very good. Good enough. Okay. Did we do the all in favor?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to take a quick 5-minute recess?
Sure we can. Sure we can. Yes, Jackie.
Do we not need to vote on whether the animals would be returned?
No, Curran just advised us that with that second question of continuing it, makes that question moot because it needs to be continued.
Okay.
Period.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Yeah, I would recommend that from this point going forward, any other cases we have, we just, before we even hear the case, just figure out what it is that we're here for. So like the last one, seizure of the animals. We weren't even sure initially.
Okay.
So if we know ahead of time, that way we get all this extraneous information. We're here for like an hour and 20 minutes. And I think we have most of the information we really needed a lot earlier.
Yeah, and you're absolutely correct. And I made a note of that to frame the issue.
That's probably my fault, everyone. I'm sorry. When I was putting all this together, I didn't use the right wording, so I apologize for any confusion I may have caused.
No, that's not your fault. It's basically mine. I should frame the issue at first.
Right. So I have 2:18. Let's take 5 minutes. We're back at 2:23 so we can get this last case done.
You got it. And we'll see you in 5. Mr. Evans, are you ready for us to call the next case? Yes, we are. Let's get Tom back.
No.
And as I see it, the issues in this particular case be similar to the one we just heard, where whether or not the search and seizure was proper, and if so, continuing it to protect the whatever that language is. I don't have it up in my head, but for the welfare and benefit of the animals. Okay, Mr. Burha's back, and now we can get rolling. Don't need to make the statement again, I don't think.
No.
Okay. Just per session. So we're ready to roll.
All right. In the matter of animal care and control versus Mr. Devon, if you could please raise your hand. Mr. Devon, I have requested for you to be a panelist. There we go. And then if you could start your video and unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself, sir?
Apologies, ma'am.
No, you're fine. All right. And Officer Gum, you're there. All right. Both raise your right hand. Do you declare and affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right. Mr. Devon, if you could state your name and address for the record.
I'm Dion Devon, 7900 Bernice Circle, apartment 7756, Lynn, Maryland, zip code 21060.
Thank you. And Officer Gum, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Officer Gum with the Anne Arundel County Animal Care and Control. Address is 411 Maxwell Fry Road, Milledgeville, Maryland, 21108.
I will turn things over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Autumn, this case is being brought forward by Anne Arundel County, so we will begin with the officer in question, which would be you, Ms. Gum, correct?
Yes, sir. One moment.
Okay. You may proceed.
I became involved with this case on, I believe it was 4/23/2024, after we received a call from Mr. Devon advising or requesting if we do parvo tests, could we do so for his dogs. This was a call that was received from our general line. I believe it was passed up to supervision. I was advised that the conversation went that no, we do not generally provide parvo testing. Parvo, just to expand, is a disease that animals can get. Specifically, it is very lethal in puppies. It's my knowledge and training on the subject that it is a very dangerous and deadly disease for puppies to get. And due to the concern of the nature of the virus or disease, when he was advised to get vet care for the animals, he hung up. An evaluation of the history of the location presented some concerns that Mr. Devon frequently gets puppies and then gives them away. And we were concerned that the puppies would be given away without proper medical attention. So despite proper circumstances where we normally don't do testing, I was given parvo tests and responded to the address. Due to the nature of the virus, I put on protective equipment, including boot covers, a Tyvek suit, and rubber gloves. I attempted to make contact with him originally at his address on the first floor, which I believe was 7900 Benesh School, apartment 756. I was unable to make contact with him at that address, and after taking off my protective equipment and preparing to drive away, I was pointed to him by another individual in the apartment complex lobby. I then spoke with Mr. Devon, advised him why I was there. He agreed to take me up to his apartment so I could provide testing for the dogs. As he advised, there were 2. So I then reapplied my equipment and went up to the room with him. On reaching his room, I observed 2 puppies. One was a small pit bull mix type puppy that was tan in color, or dark, or not tan, brown in color, I believe was the verbiage I used describing that specific puppy. That was kept in a lowercase. And I will note that this picture is from the day of the search warrant, not the initial contact. The cage in question, it was kept in the corner of the bedroom and was partially obscured by a door on initial contact. These puppies were brought out to me one by one, and I evaluated the first one and administered the test. The test is done so with a cotton swab on a tester stick that is either inserted into a fecal sample or is inserted into the puppy's rectum. As I could not confirm any feces from this puppy specifically, I inserted the Q-tip into the puppy's rectum and then put it back into its capsule, followed the instructions for the test kit, and set a timer for 8 minutes as it deems so, and left that one to continue while I tested the other puppy. The other puppy was a tan and white pit bull type dog. This puppy was slightly smaller than the other dog, and I was performing the test in the same manner. I had discussions with Mr. Vaughn as he advised that this puppy in particular was having some appetite changes. He advised that it was eating, however, it was not eating as much as normal for the past several days. He advised since Saturday prior to the visit. And I asked about water intake. I asked about any other symptoms that are known to be associated with parvo, like vomiting or bloody diarrhea. He advised that he had not seen any vomit and that he had not seen diarrhea that he knows of. However, it had dried feces crusted to its rear. It was not a large buildup. He advised that the puppy had pooped in its kennel and he had not got time to clean it up as he had just got home from Baltimore City, which is why he stated the puppy was coated in feces on its rear. He also advised that the puppy's energy levels were slightly lower, which I also did observe when he put it in the top kennel. And upon observing the puppy in that kennel, it sort of just sat there and would like almost shake when you observed it. However, on taking it out, it was slightly playful, however, not matching the energy level of the other puppy in the residence. I don't want to call it subdued as an attitude difference. However, there was a noticeable differentiation in the brightness of the 2 puppies. I advised Mr. Devon that he should seek vet care. However, I was going to go back and speak with my vet at the shelter, Dr. Holly, and I went back and advised her of the puppy's symptoms, and she advised that a mandate for vet care was definitely in order. So I went back and I posted that mandate onto the door. I will advise that while I was still on scene, as I did jump ahead of myself a little bit there, both parvo tests did come up negative. However, it was Dr. Holly's concern that the puppies, and she's not here, but I will use the verbiage she advised me of, could have a too low of a viral load to display as positive. It's the verbiage she advised to me. And I was unable to make contact with Mr. Devon again upon posting the property for vet care. It appears he was no longer home. I could hear the puppies inside the residence barking, but was unable to make contact with him. So I posted notice, as is our normal procedure, for him to get vet care for the 2 puppies within 24 hours. Over the rest of the week, we continued to get calls and be in contact with Mr. Vaughn about getting vet care for the puppies. Let's see if I have this pulled up. We provided him the address to AVAC on one of the phone calls, as well as how long it would take to get there, and to keep in contact with us if he was able to get the puppies there. He did advise he was having some struggles with transportation. Field Supervisor Simpson advised me that on one of their phone calls, he had offered for animal control officers to bring the puppies to the shelter so that they could get evaluated by our vet, which again is not normal circumstance. However, due to Mr. Vaughn's transportation travels, and as well as I believe there was financial struggles as well, we were willing to work with him to get the puppies the necessary care for at least an evaluation of their health. However, he refused to do so with Field Supervisor Simpson, and we waited for any veterinary information, but due to the health concerns and how fast puppies can progress with illness, we proceeded with a search warrant in the interim while waiting for vet care. Should he had failed to do so, he failed to do so within 24 hours. So we served the search warrant on Friday, let's see if I have my date correct. Friday the 3rd, and took custody of one of the puppies. Upon arrival and removal of the initial puppy, Mr. Devon advised he had already given away the second, more sickly puppy to a friend, but would not provide the location of that puppy at the time. Upon service of the search warrant, police observed the conditions the puppy was in. They advised they were in the top cage, not the bottom cage that was showed earlier. The bottom cage was more of a mess, and this was the cage that the puppy was described as being in by the officers, as the officer brought the puppy out to us in a swaddled in a pillowcase, prior to us going up and serving Mr. Devon with a 10-day letter. Food, which appeared to be rice and kibble mix, was on top of the kennel but not in it, as well as the water was not in the kennel. There was trash and feces around the apartment, as well as in the living room on the floor. The space is cluttered. I did observe dog food or dog bowls in the shower that were soaking with dirty water, as well as a litter pan. There's another bowl. There should be the living room pictures in there somewhere that which depict feces or urine stains on the hardwood floor. Mr. Yvonne was also served with a 10-day letter for the puppy that he identified as Sassy, which was removed. But again, the more sick puppy in question that our major concerns were for was not on location, and we were not given the information on where that puppy went. We have no idea what happened to that puppy at this time. Medical results, or actually, yeah, we'll go with the pictures. Upon evaluation back at the shelter, this was pictures taken outside at the back of my animal control van. Sassy was covered in feces as well in various spots, including it on her leg. She had a small rash on her belly, which I have a better picture of later. There was feces on her collar. Her ear was dried with feces on it. Not much on this side, but there's a slight amount in her fur. Her feet had it dried and clumped up on the bottoms, not extremely thickly, but enough that I believe it is of some merit to be concerned. Again, that shows the ear with feces buildup on the edge. Later veterinary testing results show that the puppy tested positive for several varieties of worms. Parvo test, again done at the shelter prior to bringing the puppy into the facility, did show negative results. And to my knowledge, I have not received any further updates other than the worm results. So as far as I know, we have not received any positive parvo test results. It should go to note that Mr. Devon has a extensive history, which the warrant was based on, showing that since our earliest interactions with him in September 2023, he frequently gets puppies, and then they are constantly given away, indicating our concern for how quickly the sickly puppy disappeared without veterinary care.
Okay.
We wanted to originally get out to the residents as soon as veterinary care was failed to be proven. Here is a rough timeline, as well as a few statements from paperwork that was discovered with some animals that were surrendered to us by Mr. Devon. The first one, Chloe, I was advised by kennel staff, Little Rivera, that she received a call from Mr. Devon on 9/6/2023, advising he had a lab puppy he wanted to surrender. Per the documents, it said that he did not want the dog because it was too scared and would flatten itself to the ground on walks. He said that he doesn't want this to force him to be the next Michael Vick, and that's quoted from the document. I'm unsure if this was actually provided to Autumn by staff, but if needed, a copy of this paperwork can be made available. As well as it goes on to say that he got the dog from a breeder and it deserves a loving home rather than an abusive one. And per kennel staff, Little Rivera, that was Mr. Devon's words on 9/6/2023. We later received a call that day from Mr. Devon claiming he found a stray lab mix type puppy, which was Chloe, as we named her at this shelter. Continues to show that he found another puppy on the 27th, Kingsley, as well as a puppy, Bella, was observed in the apartment in a laundry basket. Or no, I'm sorry. Another puppy was observed in a laundry basket. The document shows puppy C. Puppy D, Bella, was in the bathroom in a kennel. The officer on scene also questioned him at the time about a dog that we had registered in the system under his name, Morpheus, but he advised that he had given Morpheus away as well. Continuing to the 29th, he said that he did give away puppy C, but he still had Bella, and by 10/9/23, he had given Bella away as well. Continuing to 10/13, again, it states that Bella was gone. However, he had another puppy, puppy E, which was advised to him to be named, or by him to be named Ghost. He claimed he was going to be giving it to somebody in Baltimore. And then continuing to 12/13, he still had Ghost, advising that the individual he had lined up for Ghost had fallen through, although we advised him that should he not be able to care for the dog or whatever reason he had to give the dogs away, he could surrender them to animal control. Continuing again on the 12th, or no, I'm sorry, again, on the 13th, we were informed that Mr. Devon was hospitalized, and we were given temporary custody of Nova, which was a fawn colored pit bull type dog. It was, or we issued him a 10-day letter to reclaim Nova, which Nova was then reclaimed 2 days later on the 15th. Moving forward to 12/26, 23, we went to check up on Nova and observed that Nova was being cared for by a next door neighbor. And in the document, or in the notes of the officer's narrative on that visit, it advised that a neighbor was trying to get him to surrender Nova to us due to his ability to care for the dog, per the neighbor's statements. I'm not going to say that is my statement. And then on 4/23/24 is where my initial investigation comes forward. Upon that contact, he did advise he no longer had Nova anymore as well at that time. And then we move forward with the sickly tan and white puppy and Sassy, the brown pit mix. Just establishes that Mr. Devon has a frequent timeline of getting rid of puppies in a high quantity. We are not sure where he gets the puppies from. However, that is not the matter in question here. It is the care of the puppies and their seizure.
Okay, is that it, Ms. Gunn?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that, I do have one question for you. This residence at apartment 775, is that is from your observation, is that a residence, or was it just a room that the puppies kept in?
It is a apartment. The building that he stays in at 7900 Van Ness Circle is a large scale apartment building. He had moved to the second floor, which was why I was unable to make contact with him on my initial attempt that day. Luckily, I did see him prior to leaving. But it is an apartment complex. It has a bedroom, a living room, a kitchenette, and a bathroom. Mr. Evans, yeah.
The question is probably best asked to Mr. Devon anyway. Nicole?
Am I correct to assume that we are here solely for the impound of Sassy, or are we here for additional puppies?
It is only of Sassy, as that is the only puppy we have custody of at this time. The other puppies indicated in the timeline were just to establish history with Mr. Devon.
Okay, do you rest?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Devon, you have the floor.
Well, I'm just going to complain about Sassy because I don't want to go back to the other puppies. After Officer Simpson came out on Tuesday, Supervisor Simpson called me on Wednesday, and it was miscommunication on Wednesday. So when I reached out to Officer Gum on Thursday, she said the vet care don't offer that. So when I called Officer Gum later on that afternoon, sir, she told me that they have a staff meeting and she'd get back to me. Nobody ever reached out to me, and that's when the police came out on Friday and did a search warrant. And I didn't have a way to Annapolis, and I wasn't getting my check until the next week to get vet care for Sassy because I get Social Security once a month. So I can understand the situation about the dog cage, because she made a mess about flipping the food over in the bottom cage. And when I put in the top cage to try to clean the bottom cage out, that's when the police showed up. It was miscommunication from Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, sir.
Okay.
I'm just going to keep it nice and sweet. I mean, nice and short. I'm sorry.
No, I have a question. Do you reside in that room where they found the puppies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you have a permit to sell the puppies?
I was selling puppies, sir. I was giving them away
Oh,
from the
okay.
kindness of my heart.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Jackie.
Excuse me. What is the nature of the miscommunications that you mentioned?
When Officer Gunn came out on Tuesday and did a probable test, Supervisor Simpson called me on Tuesday, and on Wednesday. I'm sorry, man. And when he called me, I didn't feel comfortable with releasing the puppies because he said if you find something wrong with them, they're going to seize the puppies. So I called him and left a message on his voicemail. He never responded to me. So when I reached out to Officer Gum on Thursday, her and the supervisor gave me information to Annapolis. So when I reached out to Officer Gum later on that afternoon on Thursday, I told her that I didn't have a way to Annapolis. And then she told me that they had a staff meeting later on that afternoon, and that someone reached out to me on Thursday. Later on that afternoon, it was after 3 o'clock. So that's when the police showed up on Friday, man.
Thank you. What was the reference for Annapolis for?
For to try to get the puppies checked by a vet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, man.
Nicole?
Mr. Devon, what are your intentions with Sassy if she was to be returned to you?
For emotional support animal, man. And I have it on file on my leasing office.
What makes her different than all of the many other dogs, puppies that you've had in your home that makes you want to keep her for an ESA?
Well, the leasing office gave me a final warning. This had to be my last puppy I had to get because having from one puppy to maybe 4 puppies that I had recently here, man. And the other puppies I had that gave away because I wasn't selling puppies, man. They gave me a final statement, Mr. Devon. If I violate my lease again, this will be my last chance here being at this resident, man.
So you have no more intentions of any other puppies, whether you're selling them, giving them away, no more. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't. Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm saying. No more intention of getting other puppies. So if I was to get another puppy and someone was to come out again from one of y'all from one of the office counties, the SPCA officers, man, I'm violating my lease from the leasing office and put my situation with them.
Officer Gum, I know you said this, and I missed writing it down. The initial date of the posting for the animals for the 2 puppies to get vet care. What was the initial date again?
It was 4/23/24.
4/23, which was a
Tuesday.
That was the Tuesday that he's referring to.
Yes.
Okay. And you ended up, and it was the Fridays when they were.
Yes. We wanted to start writing the search warrant as soon as possible so that we could get the puppies due to health concerns. And as well as due to Mr. Devon's history of frequently giving away the puppies. Our concerns were that the puppies would be gone if we delayed. And we did work with him over while we were waiting for the search warrant to be signed by a judge or reviewed by the police department to attempt to get him different vet locations and to see if he would take the animals. We called AVAC repeatedly to verify if he had been there or not. AVAC is the vet in Annapolis we had referred him to, as well as we checked on Google Maps how long it would be of a drive to get him there. I understand transportation is an issue for him. I'm not sure which services he was using to attempt to get to that area.
And so when animal control offered to have the puppy looked at animal control, you said you arranged for transportation of the animal as well?
That was what I was advised by Supervisor Simpson. I was not present for that phone call. He informed me that he had offered that an animal control officer could come out to the apartment, pick up the puppies. They could be evaluated by our vet.
Okay, and you're saying that Officer Simpson verbally had that conversation with Mr.
That is what he advised me.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or testimony?
I'm sorry, what was that again, sir?
So I guess to wrap a bow on what I just said. So Mr. Dion, you're stating that you did not receive that. You did not speak with Officer Simpson about the
Spoke to him on
specifics of having the animal brought to animal control.
Spoke to him on Wednesday, Mr. Tom or Officer Tom. And then I reached out back to him on Thursday. I reached out back to him on Thursday and left him a voicemail. And he never got back in touch with me.
But on Wednesday, when you spoke with him, he did tell you that he could provide transportation to the animal to have the animal taken to animal control to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thanks.
Okay, we'll take a second and review this document that's been brought up.
I believe the document in question is a type statement that Supervisor Simpson.
Heather G to the front. Heather.
Supervisor Simpson replied or provided me with detailing the nature of his conversation with Mr. Devon.
This is a typed up statement by Mr. Simpson. I can't swear him in. If you
I
would
do
like.
believe this conversation did take place though after the search warrant. He did not provide me a statement for the one that took place prior.
That's fine. I mean, that's fine, Mr.
Oh, okay.
Dion
Never mind. I'm seeing it.
he just, I mean, he said he was duly told on Wednesday, it sounds like to me. So I just want to make sure that was the case.
Yes, that's what I was advised by Officer Simpson, that he was told. Again, I was not present for that conversation, but that is what I was advised by Supervisor Simpson.
Okay, is there any further testimony?
No, sir.
Okay, are there any further questions of the commission? Okay, hearing none, we will now go to our open deliberation. And we'll start with, well, none better than our resident veterinarian, Dr. Hammer.
Thank you. So looking at the totality of what I've heard this afternoon from Mr. Devon, I think getting back to the matters at hand, I think that the seizure was lawful. And based on comments from Mr. Devon on concerns of transportation, finances, and a history of puppies coming in and out of his care, I don't know that this puppy would be best served by being returned to him. And I would think we probably ought to just uphold the seizure as well as being lawful. And those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hammer. Jackie?
I completely agree with Dr. Hammer. The gentleman just does not seem to be equipped to take care of the puppy properly.
Okay, Lieutenant Tillman?
I agree with the commission. Thank you. And good afternoon.
Okay, Nicole?
Concur with all commissioner statements.
And Tom?
Yes, I agree. He was given ample, it sounds like he was given the chance to bring this animal in to have it checked and did not choose to do so. So the seizure was warranted. And I agree that I don't see any situation where it should be returned. There doesn't see any benefit there.
Okay, so we are faced with the two-part question. similarly to the last hearing. One, was the search and seizure proper? So we need a motion for that.
I'll
Whether,
make the motion that the seizure was done properly and that we should uphold the seizure initial.
Seconded.
okay, all in favor of question one? Okay, and then we go to question two, and that is whether the seizure to continue is warranted to protect the well-being of the animal as stated in the law that was cited.
Motion to continue as stated in law.
Seconded.
Okay, motion made and seconded, all in favor? Okay, and with that, I think that is the last case, correct? Okay, Autumn gives a thumbs up. That's good. Now, another piece of good news for everybody here. I know it's been a long day. I believe, but I stand to be corrected. I believe the minutes have been dealt with already. We don't have to deal with the minutes from the April.
Yeah.
I already have them signed. I think we dealt with the political issues in that, and the only thing to do was we all approved them at the end of last meeting, and I had to go and sign them. I have to sign. I wouldn't sign them if they weren't already approved, so I had to sign copies here with me. So I don't think we have to discuss the minutes, which leaves me to one final point before we request to adjourn. I will not be here for the next meeting on June 3rd because I am going to be dragged to jury duty. So I need to sign the minutes from this meeting, and whoever takes my place will have to sign the minutes from June's meeting. So I just wanted to get that clear before we. So do we have any further business in front of us today?
Just if everyone can have a little bit of patience with me while I navigate getting all the minutes together and all the notes, because today was a very busy day. So just give me some grace while I navigate that with you guys, and I'll make sure to get it to you so it can be signed.
No problem. You're doing fine. I want to give a shout out to all our our animal control officers in the field. My God, it must have been a horrific time for you. Not only to have to go there, but the situation was drawn out, and then to come back and have to testify. That my heart goes out to you. Thank you for everything that you do. With that, do we have a motion to adjourn?
May I make a motion to adjourn?
I second.
Okay, we will adjourn. I will see you in July.
Months.
I will see you in July. I will see you, Jackie, tomorrow.
Yes, sir.